We're live. We're alive. Get in and let's blast off and let's get right into it because there's a lot of news going on. And takes it back. I am the Ayatollah of woke. ICE pull out of Minneapolis, but now the local police departments are taking over for the brutality. We'll do hogwash. We'll do woke Sharia. We'll do Ye apologizes, but then takes it back. You know, Trump has gone woke. Trump has gone woke. Bovino demoted. No heated rivalry unfollowed. I mean, there was heated rivalry yesterday. How's your ankle been? It's getting better. Anyway, here, let's blast off and let's get it started. First things first, though, I do wanna address something. This is such a funny collage I just saw. What the hell is this? Imagine being like, oh, my ankle hurts for over a month. I am not allowed because I am poor. They will take my house from me if I don't work. Wait, what? I am the Ayatollah of Susan Naaman. Bullshit hole. Woke was an annoying right-wing approach to life, policing people and being annoying. Imagine being poor and having to foam roll yourself. Imagine being rich and then foam rolling yourself anyway. Because that's my life. You don't have to imagine. Yeah, this is my favorite. This is my favorite shit. Finally caught. He got caught. He's over. Prison time. Permaban. He got caught. It's over. Feds want him. This is literally, yeah. That's why I always say, like, I'm basically the China of streamers. Okay? Both on the do nothing win side of things, but also on the whole, like, any day now his collapse is imminent. That dude had like 5 permaban thumbnails in a row. Jeez, what did you do? Yeah. I don't fucking know. Raid said fuck Elon. Yeah. Can you confirm they're calling this the next come town? Ludwig just finished in Hassan. Hassan just finished on himself. XQC just finished on Hassan. China just finished on Hassan. Wait, what are these titles, man? Why is everybody sucking and fucking? That's awesome. Okay, these thumbnails and these titles are actually pretty funny. I'm fucked. Dude, there is an entire market for this. It's so funny. There's an entire market for China is collapsing any day now. There is unironically an entire market dedicated to this. It's pretty funny. I love it. When are you gonna debate as grow mold? I mean, it's up to him. I'm down anytime, any place, right? Cutie facing backlash. What is this? Twitch streamer Cutie Cinderella is facing backlash for calling out people who support ICE and anti-immigrant policies. I want everyone to know. I want everything that you want to happen to immigrants to happen to you. Would you do a debate in Asmongold's house? No. Okay, there's guys. There's limits. When I say I'll debate Asmongold anytime, any place, like obviously I'm not gonna walk into a biohazard, okay? Like, y'all are crazy. Anyway, I will say this: Los Pollos backed away from attacking me and instead has decided to attack Ludwig and then Cutie Cinderella. Yeah, we'll talk about your rage being based as well. We'll start off with like mostly you know, politics and drama, at the intersection of politics and drama, because let's be real, woke is fucking back, which means a lot more streamers are going to start getting political, and not just like streamers that are insanely right wing, you know what I mean? It's going to be mostly just like normal streamers that haven't really talked too much about their points of view, getting more openly political, you know, which is a good thing. And then like a sea of anti-woke anti-woke content creators that'll be like, why we were dominating everybody, why are people pushing back now? Your immune system isn't prepared to walk across the threshold of Roach Manor. Yeah, bro, he has a fucking domain expansion, you know what I mean? He's just like, I'm not walking into his domain. Are you crazy? I'm not fucking Gojo, dude. And even Gojo has his limits, right? Like like I'm not doing that. Did you see Asmongold defended you? Yeah, he did. I saw. Respect. Asmongold defends Hassan from Destiny's various attacks. Why would you say this? I think it's so dangerous to be advocating for people to intercept and interfere with people in real life. Completely uncalled for. Should be seen as absolutely unacceptable by everybody. What's funny about this take is that He did that already, and then I called him out for it, and then he actually apologized and took it back. Even though he still posted the video, he realized that that was probably not the best idea to advocate for people to, like, you know, to highlight people that are just like stalking content creators and stuff. So he actually changed his position on that, which, you know, respect, because it is unironically a position that actually puts him in harm's way as well. Because if you remember, Asmongold initially was like, yeah, base, like this guy that came up to him with like the fucking photo of Kaya, like he's so base. This guy just won the internet, you know? Remember when he did that? And I was like, brother, what are you doing? Like, this fucking hurts you too. Like, all you're doing in that situation is what goes around comes around. Like, all you're doing in that situation is just like telling people that this is totally appropriate to just like roll up to people. This is what happened in Ireland, right? And so then he backed away from that position. So when Destiny came out and was basically demanding that his fucking cult chase me around and track me in real time or whatever, I guess Asmongold said that that was a bad idea to do, which, you know, a W. W's all around. To which I don't understand. Like, here, we'll watch Asmongold's response, and then we'll watch Destiny's response. I've blocked everyone involved in this. It's pretty funny.
Destiny has accused Hassan of being paid by the CCP. To the best of my knowledge, he...
Also, if you notice, Yeet and LSF haven't been clipping you as much lately. Why? Because there is trouble brewing in the online fuck Hassan infrastructure. Trouble brewing that I have noticed. A lot of the commentary space in general have realized that Trump is a much more significant danger. Some of them have also realized that pro-Trump content creators are better to farm. So they're kind of fighting amongst themselves right now to unify around their most common position, which is fuck Hassan usually. So now they're fighting amongst themselves. In the past, they were united. No, I saw a clip on Reddit of H3 ranting about pretty much the same thing that Destiny was saying. Yes, Destiny and H3 are on the same side. They're on the pro-Israel side, where they're just thinking that they have any sort of say on liberalism at all, like on what liberals should be doing at all. You know? When Wubby talked to the new head mod on LSF, he also asked to ban political stuff, and the head mod seemed down for it. So that could also be a contributing factor. Fingers crossed, lol. Oh my God, that'd be so sick. I would love that. Because woke is, remember, for a lot of people, this is just about one, vibes, and two, making money. You have to remember, like, you think all of this revolves around people's like firmly established political positions because that's how you operate. But for many people on the internet, they're just going off on vibes. They're going off on vibes. And if vibes are swinging dramatically in the opposite direction, they're going to lean in the opposite direction. Okay. And that's precisely the reason why the attitude shift is also basically changing a lot of these like edge communities, no matter how big or small. Hey, my fiance met you at the Minneapolis protest. She was wearing the Teddy Fresh shiesty. She got posted on the H3 sub and had to go on there and say, nah, sorry, I'm a Hassan fan now. Wait, what? That's crazy. First of all, I remember her. She had one of the H3 shiesty. She was so nice. And for the record, like, even if you're still an H3 fan or whatever, if you approach me at a fucking protest and you're nice, I'm not going to fucking say anything. Why would I do that? You're at a fucking protest. There was plenty. She wasn't even the only person that came up to me wearing H3 gear. Like, who cares? What I care about is not your allegiances or your affiliations to individual content creators. What I care about is whether or not you're fucking out there protesting. I've made that clear a million times over. I care about politics. I don't care about online drama. I don't care about that kind of stuff at all. I didn't know whether or not she was a H3 fan or not. It was irrelevant, right? It was totally and utterly irrelevant. Because why the fuck would I care if someone's an H3 fan if they're out there in the fucking protest? I don't even care if someone is a Destiny fan and they're out in the protest, as long as they don't like try to come up to me and do some fuck shit, and try to make a story out of that. I don't care. Much love to you. You know what I mean? I love Will. I've been defending Will Stansel nonstop. I've been saying he's a goddamn lion. Right? Yeah, it was so hyped to see you, and we both are thankful for your protesting here in Minneapolis. Hell yeah. I care about action, and I care about getting results. Okay, you could be the most rabid liberal who has fucking openly despised me, like Will Stansel. But if you're gonna fucking put your body on the line, if you're gonna go out there, if you're gonna track ICE agents, if you're gonna protect your neighbors, I'm with you all the way. You don't even have to like me. I don't give a shit. It's the same principle for everything, right? This is why I always say, like, when chatters will be like, oh, dude, Moist Critical did a Kayage video. It's like, I don't give a fuck, dude. Moist Critical also has a massive audience. He has a massive audience that is like self-described apolitical. There's even right-wingers in his audience. For someone to come out and be like, this is unacceptable, this is fucked up, this is wrong, I love that. Okay, I will always be on board with that. I will always ride for that, even if they don't ride for me. I don't give a shit, because this is not transactional. Okay, this is not transactional, at least from my perspective, especially because it's utterly irrelevant, right? It is utterly fucking irrelevant. Like online drama or reputational damage or things like that is utterly irrelevant. I consistently have shown time and time again, the thing that I care about the most is, especially in the content creation sphere, what I care about is your output. Okay? What I care about is your output. And if your output is good, if your output is actually on the side of the people, I'm with you. Anyway, now let's watch this.
Hassan said that's not true. And through an interesting, what's the best way to say this? I know more about that than the public does. And from everything that I know publicly, I don't think that's true. I don't.
Stupid chiropractic place because he knew how bullshit the stuff that he was promoting was, but he was getting paid too much.
There's a lot of people that don't want things done to their neck with chiropractors. I don't think that that's unique. And also Hassan works out a lot. He could have had like back damage because he does a lot of working out. Like, that's very, very, very possible. It's extremely possible.
Which compensated too much.
Like, I think it's very reasonable that somebody wouldn't want a chiropractor to crack your neck. It's extremely reasonable. Why do I have to defend it? This is... Fuck, man. Why y'all do this?
Well,
why do y'all do this? Like, this is so dumb.
Chinese government to say no. Okay, so fuck this guy. Fuck letting him anywhere near your protest. Let's go hang out with Republicans. Go to the dangerous places and get
By the way, I still don't even understand what the fuck that has to do with, like, being paid for by the Chinese government. I think he was just so mad. I think Destiny in that situation, Sex Destiny, was so mad that he was just like throwing out darts, right? He was just like, oh, remember when he, like, remember when he went to China and got his neck cracked? It's like, bro, half of my fans probably didn't even watch that stream. Why the fuck did you watch that stream? You are a whole ass fan, Sex Destiny. Anyway, as you guys know, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Ain't no ads on this shit, okay? There ain't no ads on the Piker Broadcasting Service. Just subscriptions are the only way that you can support. Only way that you can support the show. Certainly not the Chinese government. Let's be real. I wish the Chinese government paid for that trip, though. That would have been awesome. We paid out of pocket for that, and we paid a lot of money.
Stop, motherfucker. That. Okay, all of us will clap for you, I promise. All right, go to the Republican places, go to the edgy places, go...
Jesus, why do you say this? What are you doing? Why would you say... This is insane. Streamer drama, Asmon most affected? It is. No, it is. Every single time there's streamer drama, it's all about how I react to it. It's like there's some drama with Tectone or the drama with the call.
This fat loser motherfucker, this balding...
Kingdom Come Deliverance is crazy. Goated fucking soundtrack.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Praying piece of shit to show up at a liberal protest for 6 hours. You can come and finger waves, go hang out with tankies or whatever, but stay the fuck away from liberal protests. This fat loser motherfucker, this balding, graying piece of shit, to show up at a liberal protest for 6 hours. You can come...
Did Japan pay you to have your eyebrows worked on? I need some accountability. Yes. France, the government of France paid me to go to France. The government of Japan paid me to go to Japan. I actually have been paid by the government of Japan. Well, I didn't get paid, but Connor did. I did do a paid stream in Japan, ironically enough, in Kobe. That stream that we did in Kobe was like, I mean, they didn't like pay him, but the stream that we did in Kobe was straight up put together by the tourism board. Isn't that funny? That was paid for by they paid for the trip. I don't think they actually paid him money, but they paid for the trip so that we could go to Kobe and eat delicious meats and, you know, see all the snack mamas and stuff like that. That stream was such a wonderful time, by the way. One of my favorite streams of all time. But it's just like, it's not a thing. Like, this is not a thing when you go to Japan, when you go to France, when you go to England. I do all this stuff, right? And it's never like a big deal. But of course, when I go to China, and I'm still paying out of pocket just for, you know, just like everything else that I do, all of a sudden, it's a big problem. I wonder why.
And finger wave and virtue signal to everybody else that you do shit, that you matter. You don't matter. Nobody likes you. I didn't want to reveal this, but the reason why I've been off stream so much is I actually gained with my close personal friend. I'll just say his last name is Mamdani, and he says that him and his wife talk shit about Hassan all the time, 24/7.
Dude, he is so jealous, dude. What the fuck? How do people not realize that this is just pure rage? This is pure envious rage. What the fuck? I didn't even see this part of the fucking video. That's so funny. Is he on meth again? What the fuck's he doing?
All we do is we queue up ARC Raiders and we run around the lobbies. We just talk shit about Hassan constantly. They say they hate him, that he's a loser, that his hair is falling out, that he needs to up his TRT, he's small, his
he's blocking off the fucking camera because he's like, no, you're not dragging me down at this ship. You're going down there. I'm getting on a life raft, bro. Like, no, I'm roaching out.
Suck. His dog isn't in the background anymore. He just, everything about him is horrible. And he's a fucking loser. Okay.
You hearing this shit? You hearing this shit?
So yeah.
What a fucking show. I don't even know what to say, guys. This is the ultimate crash out. I think that it's so dangerous to be advocating for people to intercept and interfere with people in their personal life and in real life. I think it's so dangerous. I think it's completely uncalled for, and it should be seen as absolutely unacceptable by everybody. Nobody should be okay with that. Nobody should be advocating for that. Even, like, that's the reason why I told Hassan whenever he was mad that I said that thing about the stream sniper that, like, you know, showed the photo. I said I'd take it now and then I'd stop covering IRL stream snipers because that's how seriously I take this stuff. I know this is really serious.
How was this clip? This is from yesterday. And the clip that the Sex Pestiny clip is also from yesterday, I think. I didn't even watch the whole clip though. I didn't realize, like, fat balding loser. Yeah. I don't know why he says stuff like that. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't know why. Like, I don't know why he just, I guess maybe he wishes. It's just very strange. It's very strange behavior. This man is in his 40s now, by the way. I think he's either he is 40 or about to be 40. He has a child who he has neglected, who has become a neo-Nazi. You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty wild that this is what he does instead of, I don't know, taking care of his child. Very strange behavior. Yeah. What? He's mad you have more viewers? I will have more concurrent viewership than Hassan by 2025. Oh, this was the peak of Israel. That's why. This was in 2024. The first month of 2024 when my community got, like, my community reduced to almost half its size because people were just not ready for, you know, a Muslim boy by the name of Hassan saying, actually, Israel is kind of the reason why October 7 happened. They were not ready for that at all. And everyone was like, oh, fuck off. You're a terrorist. And they were all celebrating. They were all flexing on my downfall. They were just like, yup, it's over. He's fucking done. He's over. He's done. They were all doing victory laps. Yeah, it all comes back to these 2019 logs when he was jealous of you. Yeah, this is a sad state of affairs, but that's pretty fucking irritating to hear. Like when all these articles are just getting written, people like Hasan are creating a safer space on Twitch. Lol, I've done this for the past 3-4 years on my own. This is, by the way, from 2019. This is the real truth nuke as to why him and his community have been obsessed since 2019. I don't get a salary from some company or some support from investigators or some type shit. I've done all this work on my own for so fucking long. The idea that someone coming into the safe space that I've created almost on my own because of my relentless presence on all these shows and then try to accuse me of not belonging here, lol, seems pretty shitty. Do you see why, though? I knew this was always going to happen this way. Do you know how frustrating it's been over the past year watching people in my fan base bleed over to Hasan because we share the same conclusions, even though I knew the entire time we're fundamentally different? If you want to know where his villain arc started, where he literally went from like being a Bernie bro social democrat kind of guy who used to say things like Israel is an apartheid state to basically warping his entire worldview and flipping the script on it and like repositioning himself as this like rabid neoliberal who hates the left almost more than he hates the right, seemingly. This is the reason. It's all spite. I don't think it's appropriate to say everyone's politics are spite-based on the internet. But if there's one person who is legitimately spite-based and only takes the oppositional point no matter what, it's this. Mike said that his true anger for you stems from him losing access to your female audience for sexual purposes. He's not angry about the ideology, but mad he can't predate on your audience when the friendship ended. That could be part of the reason. I don't know. But yeah, he went from like every single thing that he has said before 2019, he has basically gone back on and argues on the reverse position because he has no real firmly held commitment to the truth. He has no firmly held commitments to political ideology that he genuinely defends and rides for. It's just pure spite, right? And all of the political disagreements is just a way for him to at least tell his fan base that this is something beyond. This is accountability. This is about politics. He's basically feeding his audience and all of the dick riders that he used to have, which are going away now, this idea that I am a pure villain. I am the ever-present danger in the realm of politics in America, right? But it's actually just his own personal issues, his own personal envy, his own personal resentment. Yeah, he also agreed with your 9/11 comments at the time, but now pretends he didn't. Yeah, every single thing he is flipped on. But that's all this is. It's all envy. It's all spite. And it masquerades. He masquerades or he hides it under this political disagreement, but that's not the real. There is no real political disagreement there. It's just more so about him personally trying to undermine everything that I do and failing to do so and only getting more and more unhinged and more mad. Yeah, I mean, this was Zay Squirrel's post as well. This is literally the only reason Destiny's obsessed with Hasan. This is back in October 6, 2021. Destiny isn't a leftist. He has no political critique of a socialist or anyone being wealthy. In fact, in his depraved neoliberal worldview, the more money one makes, the better, as merit is judged solely by maximizing income. It's pure unmitigated jealousy and resentment. Even though Zay doesn't like me either any longer, because I am a defender of Zioran Mossadegh and AOCIA, and I am actually in favor of America dominating. Is it okay to ask why Squirrel dislikes you so much? I think we have sometimes reasonable disagreements on how to move forward in American politics. Like, what are the best ways to get as many people on board as possible? This is a major not even an ideological disagreement, but more so this is a major disagreement in methods. A lot of people further to the left of me despise my reformist sentiment. They think that is silly and it actually shepherds people back into a safe space in the Democratic Party, not realizing that, like, I think we must go beyond the Democratic Party. This is my goal as well. But, it's just, they don't understand that, like, someone has to literally be at the top of the funnel. It's just, they don't recognize that. They don't recognize that there's utility in someone trying to build a working class movement in this country that is so unimaginably reactionary. But of course, ultimately, none of that really matters. Let's be real. But with people like Squirrel, those are real disagreements. Those aren't like pure spite based or whatever. I wouldn't even say, I even still say to this day that, like, Bad Empanada, even though he grifts a little bit, like, he loves the drama slop, because I think he wants to pump his Patreon. I think that he also has, like, a similar disagreement to Squirrel with what I have to say, where he'll do, like, really horribly researched shit when it comes to drama, whether it be ideological enemies of all of ours or even people like myself. And that's why a lot of people think he's a grifter. I'm not glazing him. I'm not. I think he just, like, he's the unwashed third worldist, you know? It's just how it is. Ultimately, we are directionally on the same side, but he will forever position himself as, like, a major op to someone like myself, and will try to consistently say, oh no, Hassan is actually inconsistent in his positions. And oftentimes he comes across like a total wrecker, you know? In any case, that's all somewhat irrelevant here. But what is funny is that Destiny then turns around and goes, this guy's literally supporting the current admin assassinating Americans in the street. Yeah, that's wrong. What Asmongold is saying there is stupid and wrong. And says my comments are too far. Yeah, your comments are stupid. Both of these things can be true at the same time. Not only are your comments stupid, but they're also personally spite-based and have nothing to do with reaching a productive outcome whatsoever. What kind of productive outcome do you perceive from having one of your fucking weirdo stalker fans approach me and try to, like, you know, make this stream in Minneapolis all about that drama? Because that's the sole purpose. Like, Destiny wants one of his goons to come up and just, like, fuck with me so that they can clip it and post it on LSF and then pump it and brigade it, and then turn around and celebrate that so that no one actually pays attention to the actual fucking issue. My goal when I go to places like Minneapolis is to show a side of the protesters that you don't normally get to see. I go to these protests and I very clearly am inside of the protests rather than behind the police line when I'm offering this kind of coverage, because I want people to you know, see what's actually going on the ground. I feel like a lot of mainstream news oftentimes fails to do that. They're getting a little bit better at it, but for the most part, they fail to do that. They fail to show truly a one-sided approach that sides with the people rather than the police or these organizations, these institutions, or the federal government, right? So if your goal in that situation is to get in there and then fuck with me so that it takes away from what I'm trying to do, which is to offer a voice to the, you know, ordinary people of Minneapolis that are in opposition to ICE actually occupying their city, occupying their state, then you're not with the protesters, right? All you want to do is make fucking content for yourself so your, you know, drama-obsessed perverts can go out and make YouTube videos that have these sorts of titles, right? Like, Hassan is fucking done. Hassan is dead. Hassan is going to die any moment now, you know, like, it's over. It's finally over. Because there is an entire market dedicated to this kind of thing, and Destiny feeds into it, right? That's his sole purpose. And it's pretty obvious that that's what he's trying to do. And I wish his audience would at least understand that, because I know there's still, like, liberals, right? I know there's still liberals in his audience who actually are going out to these fucking protests and stuff, right? Like, there are, you know, there are people out there, even in his community, that have falsely assumed that he actually has their best interest in mind. But everything that he says ultimately revolves around trying to fuck over his enemies. And it's very careless, in my opinion. Do streamers think the news is just some entertainment for them to cover, completely divorced from reality? Again, doing the same thing once again. Using, these are the top 3 DDG people. When you see them outside, you'll know because they all look like a different version of D.
My lieutenants, the blue shirts of the DGG political act.
Oh my God. They do legitimately just look like different variants of this guy. What the fuck? Why do they all look like him? Anyway, that's irrelevant. I'm sure those guys are otherwise like well-intentioned liberals who just want to do right. Okay? I don't want to assume that this is just like stale 1,000, stale 3,000, and stale 4,000. And all they care about is like advancing the interests of their favorite sex pest streamer. But do you guys understand what I'm trying to say here? Like, Destiny has this tendency to take his own personal motivation and then slap on like some sort of serious political analysis onto it to make it seem like his disagreements with other people is not based around his own personal vendettas, his own personal grievances, his own personal feelings of envy, but instead it's actually a serious political disagreement. It's like, okay, if that's your goal, if your goal is to like undermine the Trump administration's agenda, if your goal is to fight back against, growing fascism in this country, as is mine, you probably wouldn't be doing this right now. You probably wouldn't be trying to disrupt, people who are earnestly trying to go out and show support to a community that's under siege by making the conversation about something else entirely, something else that suits your goals. Because in that moment, his goal is to try and get me to look humiliated, right? His goal right there in that moment is, his main priority in that moment is to have one of his fucking goons come up to me in one of these events and to say some fuck shit like, oh, you killed Kaya, you fucking bitch, or maybe even do something worse than that so we can highlight it. And then all of those other moments that we want to go viral, like, people at the vigil, people at the Renee Good vigil, people at the Alex Peretti vigil, the opinions that people have, the interviews that I conduct with, Attorney General Keith Ellison or the state senator Omar Fateh. All of that stuff is not highlighted, and the only thing that's highlighted is like some bad moment, right? Is some shitty moment that you can hyper focus on, so that no one actually pays attention to the goals that I have in that moment. And they do this every single time. It's just like with the Zoran Mamdani election victory party, when they clipped out something totally out of context to basically lie to their legions of fans and the slop tuber drama obsessed side of the internet to make it seem like, oh yeah, Zoran Mamdani actually hates him, dude. So then Asmongold turns around and says, it's obviously a bad idea to advocate for people to track down and engage in a hostile confrontation with a streamer in real life. Spent an hour talking about drama. Then complains about slop tuber drama. Yeah, I did do that. Didn't he applaud and laugh when the exact same thing happened in Ireland? Yes, but after I called him out on it, Asmongold literally retreated and backed away from it, and he even mentions it in this video when he's talking about Destiny demanding people do the same. As I started off this conversation, by the way, the reason why I covered this drama initially is because woke is back. And when woke is back, the angle of coverage is going to now revolve around other content creators who are actually participating in woke 2.0. And obviously, woke 2.0 is here. A lot of content creators are speaking out. And I welcome that change, of course. It felt very lonely for quite a while, whether it be celebrities or, whether it be content creators in this sphere. I mean, look at this. Cinna says she's confused why saying fuck ice sparked so much backlash after the shooting in Minnesota. I thought it was such a lukewarm take. I don't think it was a crazy take at all. 65,000 likes.
I go on Twitter yesterday. You know, I said the thing that I said. Don't care about whatever I said. I said like fuck ICE or whatever. Thought it was like such a lukewarm take, like nothing burger of a take, because like anybody can say that because it's true. Most people feel that way. Bro, that shit banged on Twitter, got like 30K likes. Listen, this is like maybe a crazy take. Okay, maybe a crazy take. You as a viewer, I hope you guys learned this, and maybe I don't need to say this, but it's true though. You don't, as a viewer, need to idolize things that content creators say all the time. Like me saying that should be a lukewarm take that everybody's like, yeah, no shit. You know what I mean? Cause like I don't think it was a crazy take at all. I think it was just like
she's right.
A very normal take. I don't say things ever like for the props, and I don't like that like it's like a really big deal. Like you guys are like, oh my god, thank you for her standing up for this. Cause I'm just telling you how I feel, because I don't think anybody should question how I feel about that.
That's what I'm talking about, dude. That's what I'm fucking talking about. She not only has consistently had the right attitude on this stuff, because this is not the first time she's talked about this shit, but not only has she consistently had the right attitude about this, but she was speaking out at a time when people were getting punished for it. People were getting fucking bullied and ritualistically humiliated by some of the largest content creators on the fucking internet. And she's totally correct on this, where it's like, I'm just one fucking streamer. You know, me coming out and saying this lukewarm take is not for your props. I'm saying it because it's true. What do I always tell you? I don't do this shit because it's transactional. I don't like, you know, try to combat white supremacy because I want Black Twitter to ride for me and think I'm cool or whatever. I'm doing it because it's right. And I try to stress that for all of you as well. You don't do solidarity because it's a transactional relationship. You do solidarity because it's the only way to identify and solve these problems.
That, you know, but like, I saw people being like, oh my God, like, that's so great. I'm like, no, I feel like you just shouldn't have to question how I feel about that, because that's not like, you know, that's not really like a sides thing. That's like a human rights thing done. You know, that's like different. Like, we're not even talking about like anything like that. I'm talking about like a human rights issue, and then we just leave it at that. So it's like, I just feel bad that people take some things I say and they're like, oh my God, like.
I thought you were coping when you said people were glazing you on the Los Pollos reply, but this morning I was watching a streamer whose community doesn't really fuck with you, and they were saying W Hassan. Yeah, because again, it's fucking vibes, brother. That's why Elon Musk purchasing Twitter was such a fucking devastating outcome for all of these other normies who just lean into, who have no political education whatsoever, who just lean into vibes. And if the vibes are dictated by what people see all the time, and what people see all the time is a normalization of like unimaginable, unchecked, unvarnished Nazi sentiment and bigotry, they're going to go, okay, this is what everyone is saying. And now I'm getting fucking peer pressured. I'm getting peer pressured into also believing that stuff. That's it. But now that the tide is turning, people are going to go, okay, you know what? There was one fucking guy who was staying, he was, you know, standing on business, 10 toes down and saying, no, we are woke around these fucking parts. Okay. This anti-woke shit is inevitably going to come to an end. And now now we're at the precipice of that fucking sea change, as I've been signaling over and over again. Yeah, of course, people are eventually going to go, you know what? It was actually cool to say these things. My bad, my mistake. I didn't realize that Hassan was right. But I don't want people to only be on board with this movement because like their favorite content creators are on board with it. This is my point. Like, you need to organize. You need to take it beyond your favorite content creators. Something that I mention all the fucking time. The Lost community is confused why he is beefing with you. I don't like Hassan. I'll start out with that, but he was genuinely glazing Lost for like a whole hour. Why are we starting unnecessary beefs, dude? I don't know anything about Los Pollos, and maybe that's the reason, but I kind of like him. Like, I mean, I went to college with a lot of Los Pollos. You know what I mean? That's probably what it is. Like, I don't think he's that harmful overall. I just didn't really like what he said about ICE, especially because it was like, you know, probably the most inopportune time to say that. I low-key, yeah. I didn't even say anything mean to him initially yesterday, by the way. But another testament to woke coming back was, like, Los Pollos, when he fucking initially came after me with the Kayage shit, he got like hundreds of thousands of likes, right? October 7, Dogtober 7, Shocktober 7, right? When that shit first popped off, he was one of the guys that apparently was like, you know, leading the charge, right? making this claim be known. And after he deleted his initial statement about ICE, because like me and a bunch of other people called him out, I jokingly dunked on him. I said, the only dog I put the shock collar on was you yesterday when you deleted those tweets about ICE and cried like a bitch. But my initial response actually was this. I said, glad you actually went back on your insanely stupid statements about ICE and deleted them. I don't care about the dog accusations. I'm a political commentator. Hope this helps. I only went hard after he fucking hid my reply and then tweeted, it's still hidden. I know. I only went hard after that. Now look at that. Look at this. Look, normally, if Woke 2.0 wasn't here, let's be real. This kind of shit would bang way harder. But why is it not banging way harder? Because Woke 2.0 is here. Like, think about it. Can you imagine at the fucking peak of Dogtober 7, Shocktober 7, Hassan abuses dogs and stuff like that, that we would have gotten to a point where I was literally fucking making fun of people saying I'm putting a shock collar on them and then fucking hitting that as an alt and ratioing them in real time on the Nazi platform too. This reply popped off. Yeah, when I caught him when I caught him deleting or hiding and then botting his fucking reply and then unhiding it. That should not be happening. This is like, this is a timeline cleanse, right? And then even after he tried to hit the alt again, he replied to me and said, you abuse your dog, you're a piece of shit. Keep live tweeting from your stream to your bots, loser. This was so funny, by the way. This is a hilarious, his audience is so funny. To which I replied with place, and then boom, another fucking ratio. So like he tried to farm it again. He was like, remember when he was like, remember when he abused his dog, guys? Come on, remember, agree with me. It's like, no, motherfucker, people have moved on from this shit. Kaigate still takes away all your focus from your words. It's not funny at all to the people in the info war who's not making hella money off of it. Wait, what? No. I think you're stuck. No. Like, the memes are funny and that's it. The memes are funny. That's it. But anybody who like sincerely tries to make this a serious issue when, the dog annihilator Kirsty Nome is sending legions of dog annihilating fucking neo-Nazis to go and kill American citizens. Anyone that's like, oh, don't agree with Hassan. Agree with fucking Kirsty Nome and ICE? Are you fucking stupid? How do you not understand that the environment has shifted dramatically? The attitudes are shifting dramatically. This is the point I'm trying to make. This is not just about like, this is not just like me versus, other content creators or whatever. Okay. This is more so the cultural impact of this kind of stuff fading away, because people are now realizing, vibes or not, you can't actually defend this administration, even if you come across like you are. Even if you come across like you are defending this shit, okay? Most people are going to realize that, the far larger problem, the far larger fucking problem is obviously Donald Trump, and we have to organize against him. You've been missing out. Peak right-wing analysis, Bannon. They're using Lenin's playbook, the Bolshevik playbook, updated from the French Revolution playbook. What did Zhou Enlai say to Kissinger in 72 when asked about the French Revolution? Too early to tell. That's because he knew there would be Minnesotas in the future. The goal right now is to make sure the Dems don't steal this anti-Trump energy. I mean, I think the Dems have been so out of touch with the needs of the regular people, ordinary people, that it's unironically causing people to figure out that they need to organize beyond the duopoly. Like, we'll see. If Democrats pulled the 2016 resistance liberalism, they probably could tame a lot of this energy. But they're not even doing that, which is causing people to look for alternatives, which is also part of the reason why I despise when people fucking shit on, and not like shit on Zoran Mamdani for good reasons, because there are things that he's going to do as mayor that I don't agree with either. But like, when they think, oh, these guys are just like participating in bourgeois democracy, they're not moving the needle at all. You are stunted in your vision, okay? You don't understand what people like Zoran Mamdani do for a broader movement in the direction of socialism. Okay? You just don't see it. You don't understand it. You don't recognize it. You don't understand that, like, for a lot of Democrats, which is, hate to admit it, still the largest self-identifying political movement on the ostensible left flank of American democracy, okay? It makes normie Dems look to people like Zoran Mamdani and go, wait a minute. So a socialist isn't a scary thing at all. A socialist just means like a Democrat that does the right things. A socialist just means that you're just like a real Democrat, like you're a fighter. Okay? And once again, this is just the first step in the right direction. This doesn't mean that it's the this doesn't mean like, okay, you elect people like Zoran Mamdani and you move on. That's not what I'm saying at all. Okay? Here is more proof. In October 2024, the month that Mamdani launched his campaign, New York City DSA had 5,910 members, while the national DSA as a whole had 50,713 members. By December 2025, New York DSA had grown to 13,145 members, and the national DSA had grown to 92,000 members. And the reason for why this is significant is because this kind of like electoralism actually opens up a pathway for even a viable third-party option, okay? This is what I always stress. I always try to explain to you guys that, like, there is already a opportunity ripe for seizure here in the Democratic lane. It doesn't have to end with the Democratic Party. It can go beyond the Democratic Party. That's part of the reason why I say, like, oh, it's not entryism. It's not entryism at all. What are you not happy with what Zoran's doing? I mean, it's like shit here and there, like, obviously, Police Commissioner Tisch is something that I've been very critical about. I think he also said something the other day about like a officer-involved shooting, like using the language that that liberals use all the time that like hides the using the language that hides or shelters the police in that situation. You should be more oppositional. You should be unafraid to be more oppositional, I think. I'm in favor of utilizing socialist language. If your goal is to present a different alternative, a socialist alternative, then I don't think you should shy away from using socialist language. Not to say that you should be talking about like how we must storm all of the titans of industry's homes and forcibly seize the means of production or whatever, but like you don't have to find yourself in opposition with the people that you're supposed to represent and side with the class traders and the NYPD, right? But to be fair, or obviously the thing that I was very critical about was not focusing on the land sales that were happening, the settler fairs that were happening, but instead focusing on like people saying that they are pro Hamas. I think that was a huge misstep. But ultimately, it still doesn't matter. Because people fucking love him, okay? People fucking love him because of all the good shit that he does. He went out there like goddamn Che Guevara post Cuban Revolution and was plowing the fucking snow. That kind of stuff matters, dude, okay? Here's how Staten Island is reacting to it. At New York City Mayor, if this is how NYC sanitation will operate under your leadership, I'll vote for you 3 more times. Should have always been this way. We all have to go to work. A lot of politicians that I talk to at every level will always say the number one thing you have to deal with, the number one thing you have to dial in is constituent services. This is what a lot of politicians that have national prominence forget to do. A lot of people will talk about Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib and how popular they are. They're not popular because they have the perfect foreign policy positions. They're also popular with their constituencies because they have constituent services. They fucking dial in and they give back to the community that voted for them. And that's how you become a profoundly powerful individual in your own party. And that's how you can fight to move the needle in the appropriate direction. Zoran Mamdani is doing that. Okay? He's doing that so much that all these fucking liberals that initially were very cold on Zoran Mamdani have flipped the script and now have to find themselves in this unique predicament where they have to be like, well, we like Zoran, but we hate Hassan. So obviously Zoran must hate Hassan as well. You know, like that's the reason why fucking dumbasses like Destiny look to people like Zoran who have damn near identical positions to someone like myself, albeit I'm a little bit more radical than he is because I'm not fucking running for office, and turn around and, you know, say stuff like, oh, Zoran must actually hate him. He's actually much closer to us. He's an abundant liberal, you know, that kind of thing. Sometimes politics is much simpler. The real fear of Zoran Mamdani's critics is not that he fails, but that he succeeds. This is something that I've said quite a bit as well. Americans might ask, wait, the government can be competent? Why isn't our city competent? That's exactly the problem here. This got 100,000 likes. Holy shit. Considering he was supposed to do a second Holocaust and install zombie Mao Zedong as his policies are, you only have the alarmists to blame for lowering the bar so much. The thing is, you can't be a Trump fan and complain about someone's tweets or rhetoric. That's fat gym instructor. That's a fat gym instructor. Ain't nobody watching you jazzercise, bud. There's no such thing as a good gentrifier. What is this? Yeah, we just had to settle for a white girl, Robert Mugabe. Oh my God. Oh my God. They're still chirping about fucking tweets from people in Zoran's ranks that are actually unironically doing amazing work as well. But do you understand? This is why I also have a firm belief. This is why I also have a firm and committed belief in liberals being infinitely more sympathetic to socialism when they actually see a socialist elected. Do you see what I mean? When they actually see a socialist elected, they go, wait a minute, this just is like what the Democrats have presented themselves as, okay? This guy's just the real one. This guy's just the real fighter. He's going to fight for me. This was an option. I want more of this, please. And this is, for all intents and purposes, this is something that he is aware of, okay? I can say that through my private correspondence with him, and we're working on doing something together when I, hopefully he'll have time, when I go to New York as well. But like, this is genuinely something that he is aware of, right? Is that not just entryism? No, entryism is if you stay in the Democratic Party side, okay? Like if you're just saying like, oh, we'll have we'll change the entire Democratic Party by having all the Democratic Party be entirely comprised of Zoran Mamdanis. Now, entryism could work. Okay, entryism could work. I just don't know if it will. Okay, in theory, it has not worked, or in practice, it has not worked. In theory, I understand it, but ultimately, it's not. That's not my goal. Like, I don't care if the Democratic Party became a true workers' party, a true communist party, a true socialist party tomorrow. I'd be in support of it. That's why I always say I am agnostic when it comes to political delineations past the point of anti-capitalism. Okay, if you are an anti-capitalist, you're moving the needle. You can be further to my left. You can call me a fucking reactionary. You can call me a rad lib. You can do whatever the fuck you want. But I believe that you play a role in moving the population in the appropriate direction. I'm pragmatic to a fault like that. Okay. There are people to my right that I also am not shy about identifying and aligning with as well. There are social democrats that I think in the United States of America that you can actually build a coalition with, even though they are pro-capitalist. Because I understand the overarching, I understand the overall political environment in this country. I understand that like people self-ID as liberals. That's it. People love capitalism. People think they love capitalism. You have to give them the tools to understand why they don't. You have to give them the tools to understand why capitalism is fucking them over. You have to build class consciousness first. And we don't have class consciousness in this country. And I will use any tool that I have at my disposal to actually fucking build class consciousness in this country. Whether it be social democrats, because again, social democrats are seen as radicals in this country. Bernie Sanders and Zoran Mamdani both ran as social democrats, despite calling themselves democratic socialists, right? We are so reactionary in this country. We are so deluded. We are so propagandized in this country that even social democrats are presented as like radicals. So the first step in this moment is to get people on board with even like modest social democracy and then move them beyond social democracy. Obviously, there have been historically much more successful alternatives, but in the absence of like some sort of siege communism that you are where you're going to be able to develop a revolutionary vanguard that will, you know, storm the halls of the Capitol and fucking, I don't know, bring about a proletarian revolution. You know, you have to work with what you have. You have to work with the tools that are in front of you. You have to work with the base that exists, not the base that you want to exist. You can't just close your eyes and imagine that every single person is going to become a Marxist-Leninist overnight, especially in a country that is in the imperial core, a country that has been the domineering force, the protectorate of global capital, the United States of America. Okay? But liberals hate Bernie Sanders. The question for me is which liberals? Because Bernie Sanders has consistently been the most popular politician in this fucking country. And I'm, you know, I have my criticisms of Bernie Sanders as well, but which liberals? Because this is wrong. Bernie Sanders is not hated amongst liberals. Bernie Sanders is probably one of the most vindicated political figures in contemporary politics, as a matter of fact. The liberals that hate Bernie Sanders are the DNC operatives, okay? The people whose bread and butter is to consistently present a false reality that third-way neoliberalism and a constant push towards moderacy is actually going to win elections. Those liberals are not being listened to right now in this moment. In this unique moment, there are a lot of fucking liberal voters self-identifying as liberal voters who actually despise the establishment Democrats. The polls show that reality, and they fucking love Bernie Sanders, and they love the Bernie-crats. People that come out and say, you know, fuck Israel, I want Medicare for all, are cherished by the base of support. They're getting a lot of popular mobilizing, whether it be Dr. Abdul El Sayed going to deep red districts in his own state in Michigan as he's running for the running in the Democratic primaries, or whether it be Graham Plattner in fucking Maine. These guys are literally getting wall to wall. These guys are getting tremendous amounts of support, like real popular support on the ground right now. So, yeah, I mean, most of the people fighting the Bolshevik Revolution weren't even communists, just workers who'd given favor to the Bolsheviks. Yeah, there was, I mean, one of the greatest things that Mao Zedong did, right, was he was able to go to towns that were previously dominated by the KMT in the Civil War and literally convince the fucking peasant class and convince the workers that KMT was a representation of the old way of doing business, where they would relegate power back to the landed gentry, and that the new way of doing business would be communism, giving people the power. And they very clearly chose communism. Like, it's not like they all became ideologically invested. Okay, they didn't become ideologically invested. They didn't read a book. They were just like, okay, this is actually a far better alternative. Do you see? The reason the Soviets fought was for the Soviets, not for the Bolsheviks. Well, like, imagine if Zoran ran a third-party campaign instead of a Dem primary. It's the Dem primary that made him prominent because that's where he was able to separate himself from standard Dems. Third-party independent campaigns have trouble breaking into the conversation for this reason. That's my take on third parties and the dirty break in our current conditions. Exactly. There isn't a robust enough, like, third-party movement and mobilization that's taking place yet. It's just not ready. And a lot of people want it to happen now. And I understand why people want it to happen now, but it's not here, okay? If you build it, I will be there, okay? I will be there. I will ride for it. But a lot of you guys, yeah, this guy's brain dead. I was there when AOC and Bernie showed up at the Capitol in Denver, and there were over 30,000 people there. So many people in one area that the cell towers couldn't function. It was people from all walks of life. Chatter needs to re-enter the atmosphere of reality. Exactly. And the same thing happened in fucking Nevada. I went to the Nevada Bernie Sanders AOC rally, Fight the Oligarchy tour. Now, I have my criticisms of that. I think they could have been pushing the needle even further in terms of mobilizing, in terms of organizing, and make their criticism be more directional, right, towards individual issues that the Trump administration was bringing about to the masses. And yet, what did I say? Those people that were there were far more radical on the issue of Israel than Bernie Sanders was. Those people there were actually enamored by Bernie. Bernie was the connective tissue that brought them together. But many of those people were either entering the sphere or recognizing how these things, how this system was fucking them over for the first time ever, or they had moved beyond Bernie Sanders and yet still were there to show support. We have to be a little bit more pragmatic, is what I'm saying. But in theory, won't the third party will only need 5 to 6 seats enough to have the deciding votes to have a significant effect? Unfortunately, while that is the case, my point is there isn't even a fucking 5 to 6 seat option here. That's my point. Or we could build block watches for ICE now and then use those to form neighborhood councils and then use those to form general assemblies of the entire city and wield political power from the bottom up. That's exactly what's happening in Minneapolis. I know. I mean, look, like I said, I'm agnostic. I am in favor of all of that, okay? I love all of that. I'm in favor of all of that. It don't fucking matter to me. That's not very ML of you. No, it's not. It's not very ML of me because we don't have an assembly line and material conditions are not as bad as you think they are. Material conditions relative to the fucking wealthy, the wealthiest individuals in society are fucking dog shit in comparison. But people are not starving, and people also don't have an assembly line structure in commodity production, and therefore it's much harder to actually organize in the way that historical communism has organized. Okay, that's it. And a lot of people refuse to recognize that. You have to be a little bit more malleable. Marxist orthodoxy is wonderful as your fundamentals. I'm on board with that, but you still have to, in spite of the Marxist orthodoxy, you still have to try to maneuver around the current material conditions. If you don't analyze the current material conditions and just hyper focus on this dogmatic approach, hyper focus on like Marxist orthodoxy and the way that like things worked in the early 1900s, you're gonna fail. You feel me? Why do people who praise Stalin and Mao the most refuse to Google the definition of realpolitik? Yeah, it's ironic because like those guys, I mean, look, the more I read about this stuff, and Mao, ironically enough, was like way more in favor, in my opinion, of anarchism than a lot of people actually understand, especially because like he initially wasn't even a socialist. He was an anarchist, okay? But like these guys were unimaginably pragmatic. They were unimaginably pragmatic. They were living through it, and they were incredibly pragmatic for the times. Okay, what Azam finally got to the anarchist lore? No, I've literally said I have before knowing that Mao was initially an anarchist. If you recall, when I was critiquing the Cultural Revolution and its excesses, I was genuinely talking about like how anarchist and how decentralized this form of like punitive measures were, and how bad that was. Ironically enough, I had actually criticized it from the perspective of anarchism. Okay, but even Mao's like, even Mao's move in the direction of communism from anarchism, or his direction, like moving in the direction of like Marxist-Leninism, or his alignment with Stalin, all of that stuff is also a testament to the pragmatic nature of these early revolutionaries. For the love of God, don't fucking call the Cultural Revolution anarchist. That's delusional as fuck. Chatter. You can call it decentralized, not anarchist. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, everyone needs to be infinitely more in tune with like, well, I mean, you just need to, theory nerds need to read more Lenin, ironically enough. Okay. That's what I'm saying. That's it. You need to read more theory. You need to read more Mao. You need to read more Lenin. I'm not saying like, oh, the Lenin and Mao would be in favor of the Democratic Party. Like these are bourgeois. These are bourgeois liberal parties. Their primary investment is in defending bourgeois liberal capitalist democracy. I know that. But you also have to organize with the base that you have. You can't just like decide in your fucking mind. I'm not sure how you can read the Cultural Revolution as an anarchist project, to be honest. Okay. That's my read on it. That's just my assessment. I think it is, especially the decentralized nature of it. The bottom-up approach is very anarchist adjacent. I'm not saying Maoism is anarchist. I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply stating that. Stating that there were some anarchist elements in it, and I think that the excesses actually stem from the decentralized nature of how Maoism or the Cultural Revolution unfolded. You let a bunch of angry young children roam the streets, they're gonna start fucking saying engineering is counter-revolutionary, okay? And that's terrible. You can't let that happen. Speaking of Maoism, here is my goat. Here is my Maoist goat, Wemby Maoyama. Okay. Or Wembanyamao. Sorry. Yeah. Math is bourgeois. Math is bourgeois, counter-revolutionary. It must be excised. It must be punished. You can have a non-anarchist version of that kind of violence, by the way, of an abject fucking failure, a statist version of that, which is Pol Pot, right? Like, this has happened in attempted socialist or communist projects that weren't fucking communist at all. Cultural revolution is a decentralized version of that. Pol Pot is a non-decentralized version of that. But the outcome is significantly more devastating when it's not even fucking decentralized, as a matter of fact, if it's like state-backed. Anyway, I'm not gonna, we're diving into shit that I think probably causes a brain break for a lot of liberals that are broaching the subject matter for the first time, trying to make sense of what's going on in the United States of America. So I'm gonna move away from this and talk about the news now. Am I stupid? This is too difficult to understand. You're not stupid, chatter. The only reason why this is coming across as difficult to understand for you is because you don't know the lore. Let's just use that term. It's because you don't know the lore. So therefore, a lot of the stuff that I'm bringing up, you're like, what the fuck is a Pol Pot? If you don't know who Pol Pot is, if you don't know the Khmer Rouge, if you don't know their alignment, if you don't know their like self-described ideology, you're a little confused by it. You don't know what they've done, for example. You're a little confused by it, right? Anyway, that's why I always say one of my favorite podcasts that I think is the most complimentary is Blowback. Blowback is a great podcast. If you don't have time to fucking read, they go through the dense reading material and they tell you a lot of this stuff as well. Okay? It is also funny when dumb fucks on the internet will be like, Hassan is so stupid. He's just the dumbest guy ever. And it's like, maybe from your perspective, I just come across as someone who is not very well read, only because I try to make edutainment happen here, but good luck to advancing your centrist policies. All right, let's see what Wembanyama has to say.
PR has tried, but I'm not going to sit here and give some politically correct, I know, I'm this every day I wake up and see the news and I'm horrified. I think that it's crazy that some people might make it sound like it's acceptable. The murder of civilians is acceptable,
Dude, this is unironically a byproduct of just like a social democracy and the educational outcomes you get from a social democracy as opposed to the United States of America, okay? You put the average Frenchman in this position and they're like, what the fuck is going on? They are killing the civilians. It's unacceptable. What the fuck?
Every day, I read the news and sometimes I'm asking very deep questions about my own life. But, I'm conscious also that saying everything, that's on my mind would have a cost that's too great for me right now. So I'd rather not get into too many details.
Is that kind of a big factor in this, that people have that fear that if they speak openly about an injustice they see, there can be repercussions?
Oh, for sure. It's terrible. It's I know I'm a foreigner. I live in this country, and I am concerned for sure.
Is that part of your hesitance, being a foreigner? Does that play into your?
Oh, for sure. It's yeah.
God, he's so sick. That's Victor Wembanyama to you, buddy. Someone send me a fucking Maoist Wembanyama edit, please. I want to post it. An image. All right, I'll just use it at Tiananmen Square. I'll just use the photo of him at Tiananmen Square instead. Peep the image. Oh my God, look at Wemby Central. Wemby Central's image. Yes. It's true. I just need him to get on board with Jean-Luc Mélenchon because he has actually been against Comrade Wembanyama formally denounces the cult of greed, recognizing that the endless pursuit of profit has corroded the collective spirit and fractures society. The future belongs not to capital, but to the people. Mélenchon is too revisionist for him. No, he's literally said he's too radical in the past. But that was pre-China. Low key, that was pre-China Wemby, and I think post-China Wemby is actually way more on board with Mélenchon. I just want to say that the point of theory is not dogma. It's to understand that people have engaged with these ideas for centuries, and we can learn from them and their mistakes. I agree. Are you a Cholima on the Wing enjoyer? Yes, one of the greatest fucking, one of the greatest communist songs of all time. All praise Jusha. All right. Anyway, now that we did our daily Zohranistan, Mamdanistan take, what else was I going to say about woke being back? Oh, this is the one other China thing that I was going to mention. Go woke, go broke. Harvard's latest failure. My latest in Fox News opinion by Ilya Shapiro. Harvard gets schooled by China as America's universities choose activism over excellence. Okay. If you know anything about China, and many people don't, you know that, and if you're a Hasanabi head, you've already heard me cover this stuff before. If you know anything about China, you know that they are literally, there is state mandated wokeness in China. Okay? 56 ethnicities, 55 of them are in the minority, and those 55 ethnicities get unimaginable state mandated, state sanctioned woke. They have exactly what Americans criticize America or fantasize that America has in terms of affirmative action. Okay? That's what's so funny about it. A lot of people literally think like, oh, China, they're not doing woke. They're not doing... No, they are. They're doing woke, the most aggressive version of woke. The type of woke that American Republicans actually think liberals are advancing here. Okay? What they claim to be DEI. Which is what I replied to. I said, one of the funniest takes on this issue because China literally has state-mandated affirmative action for all ethnic minorities that range from bonus points in Gaokao, the entrance exams, to lower barriers of entry for admission. They literally have lower barriers of entry for ethnic minorities to make up for some of these areas that are less privileged. It's so funny that these guys are. It's so funny that these guys are like. Isn't that contradicting with the Uyghurs? Wait, why would that be contradicting with... No, they do this with the Uyghurs as well. No, they do this with every ethnic minority. No, there's two separate things with the Uyghurs. In Xinjiang, they used the... Oh, shit. I was almost... What the fuck? I almost accidentally sent a fucking text message to a campaign advisor. Text to talk campaign advisor about Uyghurs in Xinjiang. Okay. I don't know how that happened. The Uyghurs in Xinjiang, they engaged in tremendous repression on Uyghurs in Xinjiang under the basis of like a separatist movement, claiming that this was an anti-terrorism initiative. Having said that, however, they also still have the exact same the exact same like promotion of ethnic minority shit. No, it's not just no Muslim stuff. There's plenty of fucking Muslims in China. There's a fuck ton of Muslims in China. You're wrong. Uyghurs in Xinjiang were under dragnets, and they went through a process of gruesome re-education, which the Chinese state considers to be vocational school and technical retraining, which was fucking bullshit. Sorry. Don't get mad at me. It's just the truth. Okay? I know a lot of people will get mad and say, this is Adrian Zen's propaganda. Okay? It's not. There's very valid claims. Okay? There's very valid claims. Hui people, for example, are Muslim Bahan. Exactly. But I'm not talking about that. Even with Uyghurs as well. And no, it's not fake. There are obviously fake parts about that propaganda, but what I'm saying is not fake. Okay? Uyghurs aren't the only Muslims in China, but the Uyghurs in Xinjiang were genuinely engaging in acts of violence. Some were. And instead of identifying who was doing the crime, the Chinese government's attitude towards separatist movements is incredible. They are incredibly strict. They will never allow that to happen. Obviously, no country would ever allow that to happen, but like China is exceptionally aggressive. Of course, in comparison to the American government's treatment of Muslims, it's the most peaceful approach. It's unimaginably peaceful in comparison to like what Israel has done in Gaza, for example. It's not even on the same fucking wavelength. Let's be real. But as far as the separatist movement that was building in Xinjiang, they cracked down on it fairly aggressively, much more aggressively than I think is appropriate. And but in the process of doing so, they still have the same the same like affirmative action stuff that they were doing regardless. And it's ironic because Xi Jinping at the time literally said, "This is like, you know, this is our war on terror. We learned this from you," when defending it. In one of the rare moments that he actually addressed it, I remember him talking about it. I think it was like either one of like the standing committee statements or something. I can't recall. I don't know where I fucking read it, but I literally remember either tweeting about it or reading it when he was talking about it, when he was saying like, well, this is our, you know, we're also conducting a war on terror. China has both mandated affirmative action and some culturally repressive sinicization efforts. I mean, the U.S. had affirmative action while also doing systemic racism. It's not unheard of. Yes, of course. But people have a very black and white approach to it. This is to sinicize the minorities within a sphere, bro. Come on now. If China had a similar amount of minorities who are immigrants, the locals will flip their shit. I studied in Peking. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that that's not an initiative. I understand and recognize that, and I am critical of that for the record. Like, I have not shied away from criticizing the Chinese government at this specifically on this juncture, and I'm not even like, regardless of how much CIA involvement exists for the Uyghurs by way of Turkey, and that you can see them in fucking Syria, for example, as you know, combat ready elements that America has used that will inevitably go back to China, for example. Regardless of all of that shit, I still think it's inappropriate to I think it's a complete violation of human rights to treat this minority group in its entirety with this extensive state surveillance. Having said that, even the Associated Press, as I've talked about already, has said that these initiatives are gone now. You know, collective punishment aside, it's now, you know, it's in the rear view mirror. So, they shut down mosques and only allow tourism there. Can't even pray in them. It's banned. Yeah, that's not correct. Islam has always played a major role in Chinese history. As a matter of fact, China is unironically more tolerant to Islam than they are to Christianity, for good reason. Let's be fair. Christianity has led to a fuck ton more pain in China. So no, you're wrong. As far as like Muslims not being able to pray in China, that's not correct. But if you unironically want to talk about like religious intolerance, China is infinitely more intolerant to Christianity than they are to Islam. Anyway, why the fuck are we talking about China again? Jesus Christ. Yes, I'm not Chinese. They shouldn't do the stuff that they're doing to the Uyghurs, obviously. And that's like only some of the criticisms that I have about the Chinese government. My point always is, as a Westerner, it comes across as very hollow when I make these sorts of criticisms be known, especially considering that I've been begging my fucking government to stop the Holocaust of Palestinians that Israel is committing with my tax dollars over and over again. And the Chinese dealings, no matter how big of a violation of human rights it was, and it still is, the sinicization efforts or anything else, in terms of like China's mistreatment of Uyghurs in Xinjiang, is literally the most peaceful, most tolerant approach you could possibly imagine when you compare it to what Israel is doing to the fucking Palestinians in Gaza, okay? Or what America has done in Iraq and Afghanistan or Syria. So it's not even a fucking, it comes across like the most idiotic fucking comparison for me, because anyone that would turn around and say, okay, two things can be bad at the same time, it's like, all right, well, the reality of the matter is, and I say this all the fucking time, if Benjamin Netanyahu turned around and actually did what Xi Jinping did in Xinjiang to the Palestinians, incorporating all Palestinians into the Israeli government in a one-state solution, the rest of the world would unironically and sincerely say, this is the most peaceful man in the fucking world. They would literally turn around overnight and offer him every Nobel Peace Prize that has ever been given to people in the past, and every single Nobel Peace Prize that will ever be given in the fucking future. They would say Benjamin Netanyahu is a hero of peace. Okay? They would say he is, yeah, opposite Hitler. They would be like, wow, how can you be so tolerant? You are the most tolerant person on the fucking planet. Okay? Is Cenk's last name related to Uyghurs of China? Yes. Uyghurs are Turkic. And that's low-key why I joke about being a white Chinese. Because, like, my maternal ancestry is Uyghurs. Okay? On my mother's side, yes, Uyghurs are Turkic. I am no pan-Turanist by any means. I joke about that kind of stuff, even though people try to take it seriously. But, like, that's true. I am white Chinese. Don't romanticize the CCP. They're just pervert gangsters with wigs. Don't romanticize it. Wait, what wigs? Anyway, let's move on. I'm trying to move on from this, but it's hard. It's hard for me to fucking move on from this. Everyone loves talking about this. When woke is fucking back. Here is Your Rage responding to Aiden Ross and the Kit community for hating on him. Remember, back in the day, a couple months prior to this, and I don't know if the original video is out there as well. Maybe you guys can send me the Aiden Ross thing. But after the Los Pollos shit came out, Your Rage criticized Los Pollos. And when he did that, Aiden Ross fucking freaked out on him. And maybe a couple months ago, this would have caused people to go back into submission. They would have literally been like, nah, actually, you know what? I'm not going to say anything. I'm getting doxxed. I'm getting harassed. It's not worth it. I'm just going to keep quiet, right? But because we're in a very different cultural environment now, I think they're talking about how high-ranking Chinese politicians all dye their hair jet black. Funnily enough, less are doing it now and showing their grays, but most people have the shoe polish look. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why he said wigs. But Los Pollos, Rage's criticism of Los Pollos and Aiden Ross's commentary has not changed.
Racist in my shit.
Yeah. Oh, here. We'll go with this. Okay. Here. Where the fuck did it go? Where the fuck did I put it? Oh, here it is. Let's just hear what Rage had to say.
To see a community on my fucking dick. A community straight glazing my shit. I'm like, yo, is this Los community? Who's being hella racist in my shit? Why am I seeing hella racist shit? Classic. You know, classic. Ain't even had nothing to do with them, gang. Ain't even had nothing to do with them, bro. I see racist shit. I'm like, Los Polos calm, not racist. What the fuck going on? Why am I seeing all type of shit in my, you feel me? And then I also start seeing shit like, Rage, you changed. What happened to the Rage that was doing this on Kick? Hold on, I just gotta reiterate something, because I don't know if you niggas is confused by clips or some shit. When I was on Kick, gang, anything you see me doing some edgy shit on Kick, and shit was paused, fucking hand moving, I'm not gonna disrespect Kick. You understand what I'm saying? But I was on there a lot of the time really testing the boundaries, gang. I was like, yo, Kick, you could do anything on this bitch. I was trolling, I was doing all type of shit, you dig what I'm saying? But don't get it fucked up. I was never on you niggas' sides, nigga. I never was like gang. I'm a funny nigga. I'm not soft. I can do jokes and all this shit. But don't think just because I'm joking around trolling, I think I'm on y'all niggas' side, nigga. It's fuck you. It's fuck Elon Musk. It's fuck Trump. And it's fuck ICE, nigga. I was never on you niggas. Are you niggas confused? I was never one of you incel lame ass niggas. Never. Never, ever, ever. Never. You niggas see clips and screenshots and think some other shit, gang? Are you crazy? Never in my life. Never. Bro, it's getting to a point though, like we letting them, we getting to the point where them losers think they like, bro, I avoid talking about shit like that on stream because what come with it is
easy for a motherfucker to get confused when he's pulling up in a Cybertruck. Okay, it's not even just the Cybertruck. It's because of all the collabs and shit. But he's basically saying like, nope, that's not the case. Also, Trump's going to deliver economic remarks in Iowa amid backlash over federal agent killings in Minneapolis, in Minnesota. But that's later. We're going to get to that.
Toxicity.
With all due respect, you could never fathom being as based as Rage. Yeah, dude. Fuck it. I'll take it. You know what? You're right. Who cares, bro? Woke 2 is here. That's the reason why I brought this up, because Woke 2.0 is here. Not gonna lie, I've been seeing an uptick in Rage chatters in here. Good. I can offer the same level of homoerotic commentary as Rage can, while also feeding you, political tidbits as well. We just need you to play Flight in June to solidify your UNC status. I would cook Flight, okay? I would cook Flight. Yeah, this is AR loyals saying this kind of stuff as soon as Rage, as soon as Rage criticized Aiden Ross, his community immediately, they have one fucking speed, They just have one speed. It's insane, but that's precisely what he was talking about. Aiden Ross calls out your Rage and other Twitch streamers as hypocrites. These guys have one fucking speed, bro.
I see hella racist shit. Classic. Classic.
Bro, I hate.
Aiden has told people to kill you on that account. I know, bro. Remember? It's worse. He didn't even mention Aiden at all.
When everyone says only my community is racist, though, bro. Go to Lacey's chat. Go to Ron's chat. Like, bro, I hate that shit, bro. Like, it's everybody's chats, bro.
It's only because we don't kick, bro.
Bro, I get it, but cuff them.
No, it's not. It's not everybody's chat. Let's be fucking real, okay? There are some communities. There are some fucking communities that go insane mode, okay? There are some communities that go fucking insane mode.
Rage was on kick. He was saying nigger. He was putting up the fucking Hitler thing.
That's what I mean.
It's like when you on kick, you got
your chat is racist against whites. It's true. This is an anti-white racism community, even though it's entirely white. And is also a white guy, led by a white guy, me, and is like 60% white, but we're also somehow the most racist against whites. Sell Hassan into white slavery? Excuse me, you're talking to a fucking Ottoman. You understand? If there's one empire that has successfully conducted white slavery and have been endlessly yelled at for it, okay? Know your place. White fatigue, self-loathing whites? Oh yeah, no, totally. Or maybe identifying and aligning and trying to organize on the basis of fucking whiteness is one of the dumbest, weakest fucking things you could possibly do. And we consistently clown on motherfuckers who are soft as baby shit, okay? That's it. Because that's what this is all about. We organize around the basis of class around these parts, okay? This is a socialist, anti-capitalist community. Any kind of organization around made-up identities like whiteness are obviously going to be laughed at. You can't do white identitarian bullshit around these parts. It's just not going to work.
Freedom, so they want to
like, bro, come on, bro. Wait, what did Lico just say?
Thank you for the sub.
And then they immediately go into like, oh, give me the clips. Oh, this is hypocritical. This is hypocritical. This is hypocritical. They're racist too. They're racist too. It's like, brother, people making racial jokes amongst friends is very different than your entire community basically deciding to fucking dox and harass anyone and everyone with like the most insane racial animosity that anyone's ever fucking seen. I don't understand why this is such a unique subject matter for these people. Like, I feel like sometimes they don't want to understand it, you know? I don't know if they're too stupid to understand it or if they refuse to understand it. They kind of understand it, but they don't want to fucking lean into it. Like, there is a difference between in-group jokes, okay, and out-group jokes.
Like, here's my big chat. If every single streamer was so against racist shit and racist, then you need to keep the same energy with every streamer. Now,
like, this is what I mean. There's just like this is not even a good deflection. This is not even a good fucking deflection. It's so stupid. These are the clips they mean. Yeah, it's him saying Hitler has aura. Your race saying Hitler has aura like Darth Vader has aura. Like
one specific streaming group.
Like,
you know what I'm trying to say?
He has evil aura.
Facts though. Now you being real?
If you was a black streamer, they wouldn't have that angle.
Like, come on, bro. They're putting watermelon in his face. Like, come on, bro. Like, dude. Well, I don't know about this. Let's give you guys an example. Whatever. I don't really care. I just want to. Let me watch the rest of the clip.
I don't really care. I just wanted to bring it up. I don't really care.
Wait, did you guys pick a fight with your rage, the ARL community? Did you guys? I hate that though, bro. You're right, bro. Like, bro, be consistent. If you don't fuck with racist communities, it's every fucking community, bro. I don't know how to like, bro, it really is. Just X is such a fucked up platform because Elon, bro, that shit is crazy though, bro. I don't check calm shit anymore. I really don't.
And then I also start saying shit like, Rage, you changed. I was trolling, I was doing all type of shit, you dig what I'm saying? But don't get it fucked up. I'll never.
This also is like this is a form over function argument too. It's the same principle behind like everyone saying Cumtown is reactionary, Cumtown is a neo-Nazi podcast, right? Because of like the jokes that Cumtown, the comedians on Cumtown, people's personal best friend Nick Mullen, Stavros Halkias, and Adam Friedland engaged in when their own personal politics was not anywhere near what most people from the outside considered it to be. Okay? It's so funny. Now I don't even have to say what's Cumtown anymore as a joke. I could just be like, yeah, Cumtown, you know, famous podcast. Like people hyper focus on form over function, okay? Like they get caught in the aesthetics of what a comedian is presenting themselves or what an entertainer is presenting themselves as. If you do that, then yeah, you're going to think like, "Oh, these guys are all fucking reactionaries." So why haven't they in this moment, why haven't they pivoted to the right? Why are they the only fucking comedians that have not pivoted to the right when so many others did? You know? For years and years, as also another fucking woke warrior in the anti-woke dirtbag left, people said I was going to be a fascist one day, okay? I was going to be a fascist. I'm a fascist. I'm reactionary. Why am I reactionary? Because I fucking engage in jokes. Same with Chapo Trap House. Same with Cumtown. We never changed. Our worldview never fucking changed. I wonder why. Because there's a difference between jokes and a difference between like firmly held commitments. Okay? That's what sunk woke one. To a certain degree, yes. A lot of those people actually went right. Wait, what? You think Cumtown went right? You think Chapo went right? You think I went right? What are you talking? Oh, you mean all the people that said that these guys were reactionary inevitably turned right? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, True Anon got yelled at too. But then notice how, yeah, my critics went fucking right wing. I stayed the same. And the same goes for all my fucking friends. They called us red fascists, right? All these people that did the purity testing, all these fucking radlibs called us red fascists for years and years, okay, in woke one. And we just fucking dialed in and kept doing what we're doing, right? Dasha Red Scare is a great example of people who were reactionary. That's the difference. Exactly. If you can't tell the difference between fucking Cumtown and Red Scare, this is impossible. This subject matter is impossible to fucking broach. Yes, they did not have a real commitment. They did not have a real commitment to being socialist, or they did not have a real commitment to presenting a better future for everyone. They had no interest in that at all. They don't have real political opinions. They just fucking went along with the Peter Thiel money. They went along with like the reactionary sentiment, and they aligned themselves with right wingers, and now they're firmly right wing. Exactly. Here's a great example of this. This is why they react with rage when presented with any information that forces them to confront the possibility that their convictions are mainly a form of ego defense and self-soothing. Even the most banal observations, ISIS is obviously not a modern-day Gestapo and indiscriminately gunning down civilians of the street, are met with rage. Probably the more banal the observation, the more mad they get. Lucky for them, the rage serves two useful purposes. Blah, blah, blah. All the shit. Anna, one of the fucking Cumtown, one of the Red Scare girlies, okay, who's a right-wing shithead, to which Noah replies with, her kid is going to shoot up an entire city block, lol. Yeah. Anna also almost killed her child because she refused to get vaccinated. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because there's a difference between form over function, okay? The way someone presents themselves in their attempts to derive humor can often cause people from the outside to misidentify their political worldview, okay? And then people still do this stuff. Given the temperature, the time for jokes and satire has passed. It's time to take this shit seriously before we really do see the return of fascism. Given your platform and audience time, take responsibility. I would say the same thing to Asman and Jon Stewart. Like it or not, people take your voice seriously and have influence, and because of that influence, you exhibit indirect power over others. Yes, you're right. Time for jokes is past. Jokes are bourgeois decadence. I know. Except I've been doing this shit for 12 fucking years, and my attitude around this stuff has not changed. I think it's okay to sometimes crack jokes. I think it's okay to enjoy things. Okay, regardless of how fucking sad the times are, regardless of how devastating the times are, especially because it's a pretty good way to organize as well. Because if you come across like a fucking smarmy woke scold, ain't nobody's gonna come on board with your cause. Okay, you have to be more understanding of others and their starting point. You have to be more open-minded about their capacity to change. And then outside of that, you have to also be able to fucking crack jokes and be humorous and see the joy in the world. All right. That's why I say, as the Ayatollah of woke, you know, woke 2.0 is coming. It's here already. And we're not going to be doing this whole like jokes or bourgeois decadence shit. All right. We're not going to be doing that at all. It's on no, man. You have to be dry, off-putting nerd. That's how you do it, right? I know. People always tell me how they're going to do organizing better. They're going to do they're going to build a movement better. But I ain't seen their fucking movement. You know, I ain't seen any fucking motion. Prove it to me then. Build it, and I'll get there. If you build it, I will come. In any case, let's get to Donald Trump. Donald Trump's one-word response when asked if no one plans to step down.
A great conversation with the highly respected president of Syria and all of the things having to do with Syria and that area working out very, very well. So we're very happy about it. Tom Homan, as you know, is in Minnesota now. He's meeting with the governor and he's meeting with the mayor, I think, later. And I hear that's all going very well also. I'm going to Iowa. Some of you are coming with me, but I'm going to Iowa. And what can I say? The economy is good. It's all good. Prices are coming way down. And we have a lot of very positive news.
The chopper's so loud, it always is. It's also funny that he's like, he's going to Iowa to talk about how good the economy is when Iowa is in a deep fucking state of recession. Okay? It's great. Yeah, no, tell him how good things are, King. Tell him how good things are, King. Make him wait. Okay? Make him wait a little bit longer and then tell him how good things are and how it's actually the Democrats' fault that they're still not able to fucking purchase groceries, you know?
That Alex Cuddy's death was justified?
Well, you know, we're doing a big investigation. I want to see the investigation. I'm going to be watching over it. I want a very honorable and honest investigation. I have to see it myself.
Is Kristi Noem going to step down?
No.
No.
Well, I don't know exactly what's going on there, but I haven't heard that at all. No, we have a very good relationship. Just the interest rates go down. Everything else is going down. We have the energy and fuel going down. We have gasoline in many states now at $1.99. Groceries are going down. We inherited a mess with very, very high prices, very, very high prices. And I will tell you, we've made a lot of progress. So we have the groceries going down. We have the energy going down. We have gasoline going down at a record clip. And that's what I want to do. We're doing well. I'm looking at that whole situation. I love everybody. I love all of our people. I love his family. And it's a very sad situation. Yeah, please. I am. Yeah. I think she's doing a very good job. I think she's doing a very good job. The border is totally secure. You know, you forget. We had a border that I inherited where millions of people were coming through. Now we have a border where no one is coming through. They come into our country only legally. So you have to remember those things. You know, people forget as soon as you accomplish something, it goes into history and nobody ever wants to talk about it. We had a border that caused all of this problem. Biden caused, and the Democrats caused this problem. They allowed tens of millions of people to come in. Many of them were murderers. Many were drug dealers, drug addicts, people from mental institutions. They allowed these people to violate our country, to come into our country. And that's what we're talking about. So if you remember, we had a horrible border, the worst border we've ever had, ever in history. People were flowing through by, we think, 25 million people, not to mention drugs and everything else. And that border is absolutely closed. The border is really strong. You know, if you remember, I probably got elected more than anything else on the border. We had a border that was open with 25 million people coming through with an open border policy, which was insane. And that's the policy.
God damn, it's so fucking loud, bro. Oh my lordy. As a Canadian, something that fascinates me is how much the current administration demonized their opposition party publicly. I mean, that's been the Trump meta. It's actually, I think, a big L for the Democrats who don't do the same thing. It's something that I've actually fucking criticized Democrats about quite a bit Because when Democrats are in power, they'll be like, we want a strong Republican Party. It's like, bitch, who's we? You speaking French? The fuck you mean you want a strong Republican Party? Not me. I don't want a fucking strong Republican Party. I want a weak Republican Party. I want no Republican Party. Okay? The fuck are you talking about? We want a strong Republican Party. No, I want a fucking ritualistically humiliated Republican Party that literally is just there in name only. Okay? The fuck? That was something that, yeah, I want Republicanism to be outlawed, dude. What the fuck are we talking about? I want them to actually be educated. As much as I, criticize the excesses of the Cultural Revolution, maybe, who knows? Who knows? Yeah, Trump has gone woke and has come out against the Second Amendment in the whole, in this interview. Careful criticizing the Dems. Some milquetoast music reactor might attack you in Chaperone. Yeah, I know. I already fucking dunked on him yesterday. That fucking guy who was like, I used to be a Hassan fan. You know what's funny? That motherfucker turned around and was like talking about how he loves Zohran Mamdani and how he wants like 1 million Zohran Mamdanis to be elected. It's like, bitch, what do you think I'm fucking doing? Okay? What do you think I've been doing? Suck my dick. Go fucking criticize Taylor Swift for not talking about the current state of affairs, okay? Instead of fucking still yelling at Chaperone. Chaperone's been on that fuck ice shit. Okay? I hate these motherfuckers that like literally exhibit the worst qualities of fucking stand culture. Has your stance on guns changed at all? A little bit, yes.
The problem that we have, with all of that being said, other than, I would say, just to put it accurately, Minnesota, and in particular Minneapolis, because it's not all of Minnesota, every city that we've gone to has been, like, literally crime has gone down 50, 60, 70, 80. In Washington, it's gone down. There's practically no crime. Washington is a great example, but you take a look at other cities, Memphis, Tennessee, the crime is down 78%. And you know where else it's down? It's down in Minnesota. It's down in Minneapolis, and it's down very much because of the fact that we're there. So we can't lose sight of the fact that we have to take murderers and drug lords and people from mental institutions that were dumped into our country through open borders of the Democrats, of Biden, and we're doing a great job. The other thing is Tom Homan is there right now. He's with the governor and he's with the mayor, and I hear things are going very nice. You're meeting with President Budapest back in Spain. We're looking at some very good things happening on Ukraine and Russia. Very good things are happening on Ukraine and Russia. Where do we stand on Gaza, Mr. President? Gaza is going very well.
Okay, this is unbearable, bro. You can't even fucking hear anything.
We know that the snap across the country, this extreme temperature snap, is punishing. The president standing out there to take all the questions. Kaylee, you
look at our big, beautiful, brave boy, Mr. President, braving the cold. Is that how I sounded when I was demanding people respect how brave I was? Demanding people... Is that what it was? Is that what it sounds like? Goddamn.
You and I were looking at each other as he said about that investigation into the death of the man by ICE agents in Minneapolis in that scuffle that we've all seen on video. I want a very honorable and honest investigation into the death of Alex Preddy. What do you make of it?
That was a headline, and he said he'll be watching over it. And the other headline came just after it. It's hard to hear because it's chopper talk, right, that Marine One's going. But he was asked if Kristi Noem will step down, and he said no. But I think what we just saw is the challenge that President Trump is going to have. You watch him board Marine One, and you heard him talk about Ukraine. You heard him talk about the investigation in Minnesota. You heard him try so hard to get in points about inflation coming down. GDP was 4.4%. I mean, that's a huge number. He's going to Iowa to make this speech. But how do you drown out the noise that is coming from the media in an election year? They will contrive chaos where it does not exist. They will come up with...
Oh, God, these fucking losers. Anyway... Here's Donald Trump. One of the main takeaways from that was Trump coming out against the Second Amendment. Where are all the where are all the gun rights activists now? You can't have guns. You can't walk in with guns. You just can't. You can't walk in with guns. You can't do that. Mr. Second Amendment protector, dude, straight up coming out and being like, nope, no guns for you. What happened? What happened to the Second Amendment? And then they asked him again. Oh, shit. I closed the wrong tab. Fuck! They asked him, do you agree with the assessment of some of your own officials that Alex Peretti is a domestic terrorist? Let's take a look at what he had to say about Alex Peretti.
Do you agree with the assessment from some of your own officials that Alex Peretti is a domestic terrorist or an assassin?
Well, I haven't heard that, but certainly he shouldn't have been carrying a gun. But hey, look, bottom line, everybody in this room, we view that as a very unfortunate incident, okay? Right. Everyone, unless you're a stupid person.
Yeah. Y'all thought the second... Guys, are you stupid? You thought the Second Amendment was for, I don't know, fighting against a tyrannical government? No. It's for fighting against the real tyranny. School children, okay? That's what the Second Amendment is for, so that whenever someone gets really angry that no one wants to fuck them, they can go to their school and kill a bunch of kindergartners. Duh. Are you fucking stupid? You thought it was about combating and resisting against a fucking tyrannical fascist government? Don't be stupid. It's about the real tyranny. Children in schools. Stupid.
Very, very unfortunate incident. I don't like that he had a gun. I don't like that he had 2 fully loaded magazines. That's a lot of bad stuff. And despite that, I say that's a very unfortunate.
Yeah, important to reinforce he wasn't carrying for a protest. He was carrying while going about his day, and I showed up. I know. Not that it matters, because even if he was carrying at a protest, that's still protected. It's still supposed to be protected, but I guess it doesn't matter when you're fucking, when you're woke. The Second Amendment only works if you're not woke, if you're Kyle Rittenhouse, okay? That is my position that has changed. For those of you who are asking, my position on gun rights have evolved. I used to, first of all, it's actually one of the positions that has evolved throughout time because I covered guns extensively. When I first started this stuff, I was like super anti-gun. I had never shot a gun. I didn't want anything to do with guns. I'm Turkish, right? I come from that background of like, the fuck do you mean everybody has guns? No, that's crazy, right? And then I started learning more about guns. I started shooting guns to get a better understanding of guns in general. And in that process, I understood like shooting as a hobby, right? I've never actually gone hunting, but like I understand that as well. And my views evolved in the direction of like, okay, as long as there is like reasonable gun control, I'm in favor of people being able to, maintain their arms, right? But I still absolutely was in favor of making sure that no one was armed in the process of a protest, okay? I'll admit that is one of the aspects of gun control that I am no longer in favor of. If you're armed at a protest, like I don't know if that's the worst possible thing. I feel like being armed at a protest actually causes other elements to be a little bit more cognizant of a little bit more aware of where you are and what you're doing. Armed and brandishing is very different. Of course, you can't be fucking brandishing. That is illegal, and that it should stay illegal, obviously. But yeah. That's my opinion. I was always like, don't buy a gun. Guns are not the best. Guns are actually pretty bad. I don't necessarily think that anymore as much. I still obviously am in favor of severe restrictions on guns. But my position has evolved on that for sure. It went from no guns at all to, okay, I kind of understand why people have guns, but there should be severe restrictions. I still think there should be severe restrictions and a fuck ton of control around, being able to purchase these firearms. There should be a lot more maintenance around how you purchase these firearms, how you maintain these firearms, all this stuff. However, I'm no longer as anti-Second Amendment as I used to be. Anti-gun is counter-revolutionary, silly goose. Yeah, really? We have the most armed nation on the planet. Where's the fucking violent revolution? Shut up. There's state-sanctioned violence taking place. I think it's probably better to be armed and trained. It's already happening. Like, this is what I mean. I have no issue with this at all. I have no issue with this at fucking all. Okay? I probably would have had an issue with this a couple years ago. I don't have a single damn issue with this at all.
You live in the neighborhood?
Because, like, Republicans do this kind of show of force when, like, the government's like, you have to get fucking vaccinated. These guys are doing this as a method of defense, okay? Like that's what you have to remember. Like these guys are literally saying like, yeah, we'll protect our fucking neighborhoods if you try to come here. The fuck do you mean? Like this is community support. This is community defense. This is what the Black Panther Party did as well. And I was in favor of it back then as well because the situation was different, right? The Black Panther Party was armed specifically for community defense when the state was openly annihilating black people, okay? The fuck are you supposed to do? Just sit there and take it? No, of course not. It's ridiculous, right? And I'm talking about the OG Black Panther Party, not whatever the fucking new version of the Black Panther Party is, okay? At this point, you guys being against it would be a one-sided disarmament since the other side loves guns. I mean, the other side's not doing shit anyway because the other side is literally fucking only invested in state-sanctioned violence regardless. My point is, you don't fuck with Paul Birdsong? No. I'm not talking about Paul Birdsong when I say that. I'm talking about the criticisms that Paul Birdsong has received from the new Black Panther Party that, you know, is telling them that they're not allowed to be the Black Panther Party because the Black Panther Party only cares about, like, black Americans. Like, they're on some, like, ADOS shit. Not Paul Birdsong. Paul Birdsong is correct in his position. I'm talking about like the controversy surrounding him where the OG Black Panther Party literally told him that he's not allowed to represent the Black Panther Party or some shit if he's going to defend immigrants, which is so stupid. Anyway, I will get into that in a little bit if we have time. Yeah, you can treat it as an extension of my nuclear doctrine as well. If you want to maintain sovereignty as a nation state, you must get nuclear arms immediately. You must engineer a delivery mechanism, ICBMs, for said nuclear arms immediately. That's the only way to maintain sovereignty in this current dog-eat-dog world out there. It's a mog-eat-mog world. It's a dog-eat-dog world. And if you don't have nukes and you are in the periphery, you will get dominated. You will get destroyed. And the same principle holds for, you know, being armed.
This is my block. This is my area. I don't go into other people's neighborhoods and try and intimidate them. I protect my people.
Yeah, that's it. Trump is live already. Is he going live yet? He's supposed to be live in Iowa right now, but he hasn't gone live yet. So I'm waiting for that. Let's see. Or maybe he is coming up. He's live on Fox. Why is he live on Fox but not live on MS Now? How is that possible? Oh, he's giving a fucking speech to Will.
Somebody said 185, but it was 350, 450 just a year and a half ago.
So wait, these dumbasses are waiting out there for him in the cold?
Do you notice they don't mention affordability anymore?
Meanwhile, Trump is doing the Will Kane show? Yeah, you deserve it.
But
you piggies deserve
it.
it.
I didn't cause it. I came in, prices were way too high. We had the highest inflation in the history of our country. 48 years, they say. I say the history. But we had the highest, let's say in 48 years, the highest inflation. Prices were way high. Now I've got the prices down, and they're going down still further. But think of it. We brought fuel from $4, $3.50, $3.75 down to $1.99, $1.08. I was just told in Iowa $1.85.
Yeah.
A gallon.
No doubt. But that leaves that problem, like you said, the hardest one to solve. People say they want our immigration laws enforced.
The hardest one to solve is.
You know, I remember a conversation that you and I had a year and a half ago with your Secretary of War, our friend Rachel Campos Duffy, and you said to me, you looked at me and said, it's going to be difficult when the New York Times runs a picture of a little kid being taken away from their mother. It's going to be difficult. And by the way, that basically happened to you a week ago. It was propaganda and it was false about a 5-year-old.
By the way, it was a totally false story
totally
about the
fake
5-year-old.
story.
Yeah,
But you're now dealing with the difficulty of the propaganda in the face of enforcing
and I knew
illegal
that,
immigration.
I mean, I
you
said
did know.
It's always tough.
Are you still
So we
committed?
take out 25 murderers. We take out drug dealers. We take out a whole group of people by the thousands. And if we get one person a little bit wrong, headlines. But they don't talk about all the tremendous, you know, the reason that we have Minnesota crime down. I talk about that because it's only down for one reason. We took out so many criminals. But other states are way down. So the report came out, though, think of it. In the history of this country, we have the lowest number of murders. We have the lowest crime, the best crime numbers. That's despite the fact that millions, I say 25 million people, millions of people were let in through the border by Biden. And many of those people were not people you want to have in the country.
So what's going to change? You put in Tom Homan. Have you spoken today to Tom Homan?
Well, yeah, I have. Tom is fantastic. Tom is a tough guy, but I've watched over the years, and he's gotten along with governors, and he gets along with mayors. Some people don't. Some people just want to do their job and leave me alone.
And that's sort of okay, too. That's generally been okay. Most of them are happy. Memphis, Tennessee, very tough, very straightforward. We're taking the criminal out. We're getting them out, either putting them in jail, because some are so bad that you don't want to send them to where they came from because you're afraid they're going to come back. They're murderers. So some are very down and straight, and others, Tom, I've noticed, as tough as he is, he gets along very good with governors and mayors. Now, I spoke to the mayor and to the governor yesterday, and they want to see it cleared up.
I'm so fascinated by your conversation with Governor Tim Walz. This man has suggested that this is a modern-day Gettysburg. He has likened his situation to Anne Frank in the Holocaust. He has said that ICE is your Gestapo army. And then you guys speak on the phone. I'm fascinated by that conversation.
It couldn't have been a nicer conversation. And in fact, I said to my people, I said, it's hard to believe that's the same guy I watch on television.
Bro, this is, by the way, this is how they fucking dominate the libs, okay?
Very reasonable
Straight up. This is how they dominate the libs. The difference between Zohran Mamdani and Tim Walz is clear here. When people talk shit about Zohran, Donald Trump literally will defend Zohran Mamdani. Donald Trump will have a conversation, I don't know like how polite they are to one another in private, with Tim Walz, and then he'll shit all over Tim Walz again.
Within 3 months of taking office, I had that border locked and closed, and nobody even tries to come up anymore. It's easy now. Nobody even tries to come up. Before they were coming up by the millions, but nobody wants to talk about that. They only want to talk about whatever the last thing is. But we're taking out thousands and thousands of criminals. And the worst thing that Biden did to this country, because again, inflation I can solve, all this stuff. The hardest thing to solve is when you have people brought into the country and you have to take those people. We have a very unfriendly court system, frankly, especially at the lower levels. Take those people and you have to say, I'm sorry, but you're going out. And in many cases, they're murderers. And, they shoot you. They kill you. You've seen that, where they kill you. You're after a murderer. Sir, you're going to have to come with me, and they end up shooting you. It's a very tough job that they have.
I know you addressed this morning. You talked about the incredible success, and it is an incredible success at the southern border. But you were asked, with the shift in Minneapolis and Tom Homan going to Minnesota, do you still have confidence in DHS Secretary Kristi Noem? You brought up the success at the border.
Look,
you do.
She was there with the border. Who closed up the border? She did, with Tom Homan, with the whole group. I mean, they closed up the border. The border is a tremendous success, one of the most secure borders in the entire world. We were a laughingstock 1.5 years ago for the whole world. The whole world laughed at us. I had friends that said, is that real? They'd look at a picture. You've been down to the border. They'd look at a picture of the border with hundreds of thousands of people pouring in like it was water. And they said, is that really taken? They can't believe it. They think it's one of these crazy movies that they make. The border was horrible. It was horrible. I did the border twice. First time I won, 2016, I won on the border. But that border was nothing, and I fixed it immediately. It was great. We had great years, and we had a great economy. We had the best economy in history in 2016, my first term. And we rebuilt the military, and we get the largest regulation cuts. We had the best job number. We had a great first term. This term seems to be blowing it away. I mean, the only thing we have is a Minnesota situation, and that is, I believe, easily resolved.
Okay. You're about to take the stage here in Iowa. I imagine you're going to talk about the economy.
Yeah.
I'm curious what your plan is if the Supreme Court rules negatively on your tariffs. You talk about the tariffs
We'll have to find another way. Look,
is there a plan B?
Yeah, the tariffs have been indispensable towards success. We've taken in $600 billion in tariffs. I gave the farmers $12 billion last week. I took them out of tariff money. It's kept the unfair competition out of our country. Now, they can build their auto plant here, but they can't build a plant in some place with, labor costs for a penny and then sell it into this country and then charge people a lot of money for a car. So the only way they can do that, they have to build the plants here. So the big auto companies from Germany, from Mexico, from Canada, Mexico and Canada are literally, their plants are closing down. They're moving into this country. So we have more activity than we've ever had. We have thousands of businesses all over the country being built. We have hundreds of big major factories between AI, autos, and many other things being built. We've never had a thing like this.
And you use them as a tool for world peace.
For world peace, yeah. We have to use it for world peace.
But what happens if the Supreme Court strikes down the tariffs?
We will find some other way of doing a similar thing. But it'll be more inconvenient. It
I
won't
was just
be as
speaking
easy.
to some of the diners here today. David Ullman, he's lived in Iowa for a long time. He's in agriculture. He does express concern about the tariffs and the effect it's had on farmers in Iowa.
Well, it's going to be don't forget, they just kicked in. And we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars. And we've kept a lot of people out that want to come in and rip off for years, it was in the reverse. China would charge us tariffs. Other countries would charge us tariffs. I've totally reversed it. Japan gave us $550 billion. South Korea is supposed to give us $350 billion. But what happens is they're coming in, they're building plants, they don't have to pay tariffs. If they don't do that, so what's happening is we're getting a tremendous amount of business coming to this country, and they're coming in fast and sharp. I think the farmers are going to be the biggest beneficiary, because when you used to have people coming in and dumping their crops into the United States, and you guys were hurt, they're not allowed to do that because we're tariffing those crops.
Just a couple of more questions.
I think the farmers, in a way, and it's going to take a little while to kick in, and the farmers stuck with me the first time, and I was right, with China, when China did a little bit of a number. We gave you $28 billion then, because it was a help because they were taken advantage of for years. We gave them 28. Now we gave them 12, sort of a minimal payment, $12 billion for the farmers. Nobody else would be able to do that. Nobody else would even think of doing that. But the tariffs are going to be phenomenal for the farmers, but they just kicked in.
I just see some nods here as you're talking.
A lot of nodding.
A couple of more questions. A couple of quick more questions,
Thank you.
Mr. President. One serious one. This whole Minnesota thing, it started because of a focus on fraud. It started because of illegal immigration and welfare fraud. Yeah. The question is, will there be accountability in Minnesota and beyond?
There's got to be.
Other states, California.
Minnesota is one state. If you look at California, so in Minnesota, they think it's $19 billion. If they think it's $19 billion, triple it or quadruple it. And if we catch a lot of this fraud, and I felt it for a long time, but now we know what's happening. And the answer is, yeah, there will be accountability. It's one of the little problems. I happen to think, and I've said it from the beginning, that a lot of what's going on with respect to Minneapolis, with what's happening with all the hoopla, is so people don't talk about.
You think it's a distraction?
I've said it from day one. It's a distraction because what you don't see is that we have hundreds of accountants from Todd and from all of the different people. We have hundreds of accountants going over everything that's happening, and we're finding fraud on top of fraud on top of fraud. And I think that they don't want that to happen. You're talking about $19 billion. Probably that's a minimal number. Now, you take that and you go to California. You think California is better? I would say California is worse. It's totally out of control. They don't know what they're doing out there. The governor is, I actually thought he was a pretty nice guy, but he has no clue what he's doing. Look at a railroad. He builds a railroad. It's like 20 times more expensive than it was supposed to be. And what they did to get down the cost, they made it shorter so it doesn't go to San Francisco.
You saw what he said, right? He's claiming victory in Minnesota, by the way. He has posted that you have retreated in Minnesota, Governor Gavin Newsom, and he is encouraging people to keep the pressure up.
See, I haven't heard that at all because it's just the opposite. I was called by the governor yesterday. I was called by the mayor yesterday. How do we do something? Please, how do we do something? I think it's bad for them. I don't think it's bad for us. I think it's bad for them.
Yeah, you'll have to see what Governor
But it's not
Newsom
a question
posted.
of retreat. We want safe cities. Whether it's if we took a lot of the crime out of there. We want safe cities and states. We want a safe country. And again, we just got a report done by Democrats that the country is the safest ever recorded right now.
Right. Along with a secure border. I'm just looking around, who's here today. There's a lot of people, but one guy who is not here is your Secretary of State, and I'm afraid he made a very big mistake. He gave an interview where he said that one of his tricks with you is on Air Force One. Marco Rubio goes into a room and covers himself up with blankets so that you won't see him sleeping, that you'll think it's a staffer. And so I think there's only one of two ways you go with this.
Sorry.
You give him yet another job.
I was screenshotting something.
Or you pull the blankets back.
That's what he wants. Let me tell you, he's doing a fantastic job. He's a tough cookie. I can tell you that. He's a tough cookie. He's going to go down as the best Secretary of State we've ever had. You see what we're doing. Just today we solved a tremendous problem in conjunction with Syria. saved many lives.
Right.
I mean, we're saving a lot of lives all over the world. Ended 8 wars. I'm very proud of that because it's not tough for me. We're trying to end one more, by the way, Russia, Ukraine. And I think we're going to get that done, too. But we ended 8 wars and saved tens of millions of lives, and I'm happy about that.
You should be proud.
Thank you.
I know you're a big sports fan, so we'll end here. We now have the Super Bowl set. New England Patriots, Seattle Seahawks. Now, usually when someone asks you these questions, you answer with, which of these two teams have a greater affiliation and fandom of President Donald Trump?
That's true. In those cases...
Got some roaches in here begging that you send a link to Asman because he can't find the interview. Well, it's over anyway, roaches.
That team, you know, you got to hand it to him. He had the great team, and now he's got the great team again. They made a fantastic draft pick. The quarterback is great. But it's going to be I think it's going to be a tremendous game. I hope it's going to be a tremendous game.
Yeah. Mr. President, I know you got to take the stage. I really appreciate all the time you've given us and joining us live.
Rocherino.
We called a lot of audibles right here at the last moment. We really appreciate you joining us.
Well, you've done a tremendous job, and you've really been very fair to me. I don't even say nice. I just want to be fair, and you've been fair, and you've also been nice.
Yeah.
And so it was
fair means glaze.
As you, I said, let's do it.
All right. My goal is to tell the truth, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Will.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Thank you to the President of the United States.
I've never seen a propaganda machine fail so much, try so hard, yet fail so much. Okay, here are the reasons as to why it's failing. Because you cannot out-propaganda people's pockets hurting. You cannot out-propaganda your own agents going around and fucking murking American citizens. Okay? That's it. That's it. You can do as much, you can try to do as much propaganda as you want to, okay? At the end of the day, if your fucking Gestapo are roaming the goddamn streets and just murking people, people are going to go, I don't like that, okay? I don't like that at all, especially because one thing that's different from Trump and his predecessors is that they have done away with manufacturing consent. They have a much more heavy-handed approach to propaganda. And a much more heavy-handed approach to propaganda, state propaganda, only works if you are improving the material conditions for the masses and people know that they're being propagandized too, okay? The beauty of the neoliberal mechanism of control has always been to make people feel like they're on board with everything that's going on, to give people to falsely present a reality that makes people feel like they have control over their lives, okay? Because if you go to other places around the planet, people know that their government's lying to them, right? People don't even consider what the government is saying to be like the objective truth. They know the government is going to always have a pro-government slant in their approach, in the way that they communicate to the public. And they don't make a big fuss about it if their material conditions are improving. Now, of course, if their material conditions are not improving and the government is being authoritarian, then you have problems. Then you run into rebellion, right? That's how America has been able to dominate all these other countries for years and years by way of sanctions, by way of economic domination, IMF, World Bank, austerity measures, and the like. Okay, but in America, we don't have the expectation that our lives are going to get better, but we have the expectation that we are free. We have this false notion that we are free, and the only way that you can keep up that false notion is if you abide by the liberal mechanism of control, which is to make people feel like they have a pressure valve in the form of democracy, or to make people feel like they have freedom of speech, to make people feel like their government or their media is not lying to them. So America is breaking from that tradition under the Trump administration by just behaving in the same way that like authoritarian governments do, okay? More authoritarian governments do, autocracies. They're doing state propaganda over and over again. And once people start realizing, okay, well, you're still killing people. And also on top of that, I have nothing to look forward to as far as like American improvement, as far as the economy improving, as far as my material circumstances getting better. What the fuck am I in it for? Just to kill a bunch of liberals in Minneapolis? Like, sure, there are some who want that. There are some who are on a vengeance quest, but there are plenty more in the Trump base that are demanding what Trump promised them: economic prosperity. Something's got to give. The White House sought to rapidly distance Trump from their initial portrayals of the man fatally shot by federal officials in Minnesota as a gunman, as they face a deepening backlash after the video footage undercut their assertions. Jay Caspian Kang says, again, it's amazing just how depraved and deep in a bubble they are. They think Americans don't mind snuff films, that they'll accept a good man like Peretti was a terrorist, that people will just let their eyes lie to them. They think putting literal Nazi slogans on social media is funny, and they think they can co-opt neo-Nazi shit in videos and dog whistle and laugh. Utterly depraved, nihilistic, and disgusting, and they will be fully rejected. 100%. Like, this video is a great example of this, where like shit like this, for the people that do consume it, that do appreciate it on the Twitter audience, is great, right? You're dog whistling to neo-Nazis, and they love it because all the neo-Nazis are on Twitter. The problem is, you don't have ideologically committed neo-Nazis in your movement in the real world. Most people that might have opinions that are identical to neo-Nazis don't like to be regarded as neo-Nazis. They will get very mad at that. You can have the average American white suburban or white ruraloid racist who has damn near identical opinions to the fucking, Hitlerian Nazi Germany movement. If you call them a Nazi, they go, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm not a Nazi. Or if they see someone self-identify as a Nazi, they go, oh, gross. I don't want to be a part of that at all. That's the problem. These people, ironically, rose to prominence because they were good at reading the room. And yet now, ruraloids, okay? Rural people. Ruraloids is a difficult fucking thing to say. I know, it's a difficult word to say. They are either heavily invested or their social media team is so heavily invested in this neo-Nazi sentiment that they have deluded themselves into thinking that there is this like ideologically consistent neo-Nazi movement in the United States of America where there isn't one, okay? Or they just have no vision and they've run out of options. Everything is some tee-hee bullshit like this. There's no vision or attempt to appeal to people. It's just 25-year-old little shitheads who can't read doing Nazi memes to freak out the libs. That's it. Rural juror. Because at the end of the day, and I say this all the time with respect to like the difference between neo-Nazi, Nazi movements and Nazi mobilizing and organizing and fascist organizing in the past versus like American racism. American racism is on autopilot. It's just like treats. It's in the background. It's an ever-present part of American culture. It's an ever-present part of American society. Racism and fascism, at least as a historical movement, requires ideological discipline. It requires organizing around these principles. Americans do not organize around these shared values of fascism. They don't. Not only has America, in its greatest moment, historically fought against and defeated fascism, but Americans also are far too undisciplined and disorganized and far too invested in their treats, far too invested in capitalism to actually be full-tilt fascists. Okay? That's it. So when these guys are doing this kind of stuff, when they're doing this kind of shit, it doesn't actually signal to an organized fascist movement. It doesn't actually galvanize the population. They don't go, oh, yeah, that's awesome. I totally want this kind of, I love the Nazi dog whistling, right? Then what about communism or socialism? That's an identical problem. The difference, however, is that with communism or socialism, the fundamentals are there because the overwhelming majority of the American working class is still fucking working class, regardless of their position as the labor aristocracy that are beneficiaries of super profits that we extract from the third world. They're still fucking workers. Americans love talking about, small businesses being the backbone of this economy, petite bourgeoisie. And yet, most of those small businesses are actually still owned and operated by people that are working in those small businesses. That's number one. And number two, if they're not, there's still, for every small business, there's at least 5 to 10 employees. Those are wage laborers. It's just a numbers game at the end of the day. No matter how much people perceive themselves to be a beneficiary of capitalism, at the end of the day, they are still working for their wages. Most people still make an overwhelming amount of their yearly revenue from working. Okay? That's it. And therefore, there is still always an opportunity to organize. It might look different than the previous socialist organizers. It might look different than trade unionists in the past. It might look different than communist organizing in the past. But there is still an opportunity to organize there as long as people gain class consciousness, class sentience, if you want to call it that. Because I feel like we need to have class sentience first before we even get class consciousness. Here, this is the Folding Ideas video that is like 3 minutes long.
Americans have always known why. The attached video is a clip from Werner Herzog's documentary Encounters at the End of the World, a segment that features a...
I do personally love how, like, suicidal the modern iteration of reactionaries are. Like, how openly suicidal they are. Like, presenting the suicidal nature of this this penguin as a virtue.
Penguin breaking from the collective and walking off towards the distant mountains, to which Herzog says, "But why?" At this point, the video replaces footage of penguins with footage of Trump and his Gestapo goons in ICE brutalizing the American people. The intent here is to call to American exceptionalism, the frontier spirit. Americans have always known why, they say, because the pursuit of the majesty in the distance is supposedly quintessentially American. It casts Trump as the renegade penguin, a lone wolf hero breaking away from the herd, doing his own thing, an American thing which has presumably been lost. Trump, severing America's ties with its allies, warmongering, and his trade wars are just American individualism, baby. Don't follow that penguin herd to the ocean full of fish. It's very profound. It's a profound statement, and that's why this is a king penguin. It also attempts to paint the present as merely an uncomfortable phase that must be endured before a promised reward, the long ice sheet between now and the mountains. You don't get to see the mountains if you aren't willing to walk the distance, which is a thing Americans have always known but simply forgot before Trump came to show them the way back. The murder of civilians, the brutalization of the populace, the state of fear, the concentration camps, the open admission to using ICE to punish Trump's political opponents to gain access to voter rolls. This terrorism is simply the cost of getting to the mountains where, implicitly, America will be great again. Layla Cunningham, a UK politician running for Mayor of London under the Reform Party, has also embraced this penguin as a symbol, posting an AI-generated image of her walking towards the mountains hand in flipper with a penguin. Right-wing politicians around the world have embraced this penguin as a symbol of their pursuit of a distant ideal. But that's not really what's happening here. The penguin isn't just, like, wandering off to see some sick mountains, because it's never going to get there. There's no food, there's no shelter, there's no security. The penguin is going to die. Immediately before the clip in the full documentary, Herzog asks a penguin expert if penguins can go insane. So another thing that's implicit underneath this is the recognition that Trump and his cronies are on a suicide mission.
Yeah. And it's actually really interesting how much these guys ride for, it's interesting how much these guys ride for, like, all these other, like, suicidal people as well. Like that one fucking TSA employee that, like, stole a plane, you know? Like that's like a person that they absolutely love. Hey, I'm a right-wing American, and my heroes are a penguin that killed itself, a Japanese writer who killed himself, a Japanese porn actor who got on a plane and killed himself, the university professor who went crazy and killed himself, and the shopkeeper who got in a digger and killed himself. Yeah. The Killdozer guy is another hero of theirs. Like, Sky King wasn't a TSA employee? Sorry. The Sky King guy. Excuse you, Sky King is a legend. Respect him. Like, it's just very strange to me that there is this, like, weird glamorizing of suicidal ideation on the Republican side. And the closest thing that you can discern to a galvanizing an organizational principle is just like this suicidal ideation. I don't know what it is. They want to be martyrs, but they don't actually want to be martyrs, if that makes sense, because they're never going to actually do something. They're never actually going to put their lives on the line in general, but they just, like, they idolize martyrs in this way. And I don't know what that is. I don't understand that at all. I guess, like, fatalism and Zen fascism, maybe.
Do not believe in the future. They cannot conceptualize the world surviving the present, and so theirs is an embrace of pure id, pillaging what future does exist to live out a revenge fantasy for no other reason than because they can. Their only policy is chaos and hatred, because where they're going, they don't need policies. The actual mountains, America the Great, and its promised flourishing don't matter. It can remain a hazy shape on the horizon because no one headed there will live to see it. Their only goal is to take everything else with them on the way out into the ice to die. Now, maybe that's just cope on my part. I, too, am human and need to rationalize the world as it exists, grapple with the future, but it would go a long way to explaining why modern right-wing propaganda is so grim and nihilistic, reticent to depict any coherent ideal, even an unrealistic, unobtainable one. Herzog intended for the Penguin to reflect on humanity. Encounters at the End of the World is unabashedly an anthropomorphic film about the stories that people read into nature in order to say something about ourselves, and to that end, the United States Department of Homeland Security has looked at this penguin and said, yep, that's us. We're doing this for no reason. We have no hope of success. There is no meaning to this. You don't need to ask us why, because you've always known why.
Isn't that a suicidal penguin? Yes, that's the point. I mean, it is, I guess, necropolitics, if you think about it.
And now it's
therefore, there is this like aspirational mass suicide that these guys are gearing towards. I don't know what it is. They present it as like they basically present it as like moving away from the present, like, oh, we stand alone. It's like hyper individualistic. Okay, you stand alone, fine, you're hyper individualistic, right? That's American as fuck, right? That's the American attitude. It's really stupid, but it doesn't make sense that you're like hyper individualistic in the direction of like suicide. Like you're openly promoting like doing something that is antithetical to your existence, that's like destroying your own sense of purpose, or rather presenting your own sense of purpose as like one that is trying to kill itself.
You know, Minnesota's in the news a lot, but what they don't say is that Minnesota has low numbers because of the fact that we took thousands of hardened criminals out of Minnesota. So they had good crime numbers, believe it or not. And that's all working out. You know, we have Tom Homan there now. We put him in there. He's great. And they met with the governor, the mayor, everybody else, and we're going to de-escalate a little bit. But I will tell you, you know, Minnesota's in the news a lot, but what they don't say is that Minnesota has low numbers because of the fact that we took thousands of hardened criminals.
We saw this part. It's bullshit, right? We know that it's bullshit, especially when you consider that ICE is directly responsible for 66% of homicides that took place in 2026 so far in Minnesota. So, no, you actually went there and you did more crimes. It's just that we don't track it as though it is a crime when it's a federal agent doing it, you know? They nuke Harvard's funding, which everybody told them was going to lead the Chinese research dominance. China's now dominating, and instead of reconsidering the terrible science policies, they're blaming it on minorities. These people are insane. It's interesting that you presented this, because I talked about how stupid this is, because there is a state-mandated affirmative action in China that a lot of these guys are completely oblivious to. So even on that front, they're wrong. China literally does state-enforced DEI in Minneapolis, not Minnesota, sorry. But beyond that, China graduated 1.3 million engineers last year. The U.S. graduated 130,000. Do with that information what you will. This anti-education slant makes a malleable workforce that's easier to dominate by the capital-owning class, but it makes us a dumber country overall, and AI won't fix it. We've lost over 10,000 STEM PhDs from the federal workforce in a single year. Never thought the U.S. would ever allow this type of brain drain to occur, but here we are, says Dr. Catherine Young. Isn't that fucking so dumb? Like, we are genuinely cooking our own demise. This is the contradictions worsening, by the way. And unfortunately, if everyone is too stupid to notice it, then we're not going to make this change at all. Because unfortunately,
I'm not sure.
We have made vice a virtue. We have made stupidity intelligence. Everything is upside down now with these guys. Okay? They truly run around as though it is virtuous to be dumb. It is virtuous to deny yourself an education. I don't know how they don't see how this is going to lead to our demise. It's already here. Okay, thank you, streamers. Yeah, it's fucking Twitch streamers that are responsible for this. Come on now. Be for real. Twitch streamers are too stupid to actually change the the way things are going. And they're just leaning into the overall vibes. Twitch streamers are not the reason why the American government for far before, like since the Reagan era, has taken an anti-educational slant. Okay, if you want to get mad at someone, if you want to get mad at a singular figure, get mad at Ronald Reagan, not fucking Twitch streamers. Let's be real. Oh,
It's got very little crime.
But it's gone very
yeah,
differently.
streamers are a
Minneapolis.
symptom,
Well, it
not the
has.
problem.
And now it's got very little crime.
But it's gone very differently in Minneapolis.
Well, it has. It's the only place.
And now the message is out that Tom Homan is in.
Yeah.
Commander Bovino is supposedly leaving Minneapolis along with some CBP agents. Is this a pullback?
I don't think it's a pullback. It's a little bit of a change. Everybody in this room that has a business, you know, you make little changes. You know, Bovino is very good, but he's a pretty out there kind of a guy. And in some cases, that's good. Maybe it wasn't good here.
Yeah, they're cooking them, dude. They're blinking. They're retreating. They're fucking retreating. I called it. They are retreating. I fucking told you. I told you that there was no way for them to continue with this pressure, okay? That if people actually came out and pushed back, they were going to fold because they don't have the fucking popular mandate that they thought they had. They're not pulling back. They absolutely are de-escalating. They're scaling back. They're doing a tactical retreat, rather. They are trying to figure out a new method of doing this, because previously, the previous operation was deliberately created to violate people's constitutional rights, to dominate them, okay? And if they come back to the city, if they tactically retreat and then come back to the city in the same way or even with larger force, they will be met with even larger force by the population. That's it. And a lot of these guys are actually getting freaked out by it. To the Wall Street Journal, President Trump said that the administration is reviewing everything concerning Alex Paredes shooting in Minneapolis and suggested that ICE agents could leave at some point. We are all going to be, Joe Ender says, we are all going to be jailed, bankrupted, and potentially killed in the next 20 years for trying to save our country, all because Trump couldn't arrest these insurrectionists. General Mike Flynn says, did the White House just blink? Yeah, to the people saying China has much more inhabitants than the U.S., graduates in China is 9.3% of the whole population, while in the U.S. it's 3.7% of the whole population. Considering they're pulling back, do you think it was a good idea that Walz didn't make officers arrest ICE? Fuck no. No. Because if he did that, one could argue that Alex Paredes would still be alive right now. Because if he had done that, that would have even given more confidence to the population. If Walz did that, and if Jacob Fry did that, if they had a fucking backbone, in my opinion, they would have backed away even faster. Because otherwise, the alternative is what? Like full-blown military deployment? Get the fuck out of here. Trump does not have the organizational capacity or the mandate to be able to do a full-blown military deployment. He cannot actually have a constitutional crisis and a possible civil war in his hands. Even he's not suicidal enough to recognize that. Okay? Kirsty Noem is also feeling the heat, delivering a statement saying, everything I've done at the direction of the president and Stephen. Noem told a person who relayed her remarks to Axios. Yeah, these guys are all parasitic. They all demonstrate absolute fealty to the dear leader here, but they also must recognize that dear leader will chop them down at a moment's notice if it feels like the heat is getting too high or if the heat is getting too hot. They always do this shit. My point here is if they're not blinking and if they're not retreating and it's a fucking fake PR stunt and they're going to come back even harder, the people of Minneapolis will meet them even harder. Do you understand? That's why I still think that they're going to actually pull out eventually. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they are fucking suicidal, because I have been wrong about their suicidal ideation before. And we just did spend the last 30 minutes talking about how the only discernible galvanizing principle for this administration is like esoteric neo-Nazi memes and suicidal ideation. So maybe they are. Despite the news about Bovino, multiple DHS convoys have entered the city this morning and they're very active. They're ramping up operations against observers. Some are being followed to their homes, verbally threatened, and in some cases, ICE is trying to violently detain them. Now, the worst possible outcome of this would be if Tim Walz gave him assurances that the local law enforcement will cooperate with DHS with the promises that Trump will de-escalate, and then Trump actually re-escalates And now local law enforcement and state law enforcement has gotten the mandate from Tim Walz to cooperate with the DHS. So then they actually end up suppressing the population's resistance even harder. That would be the absolute worst bind. And I don't put it past the liberals to actually fucking end up playing ball with the fascist administration because they're too stupid to recognize that they're being duped. Because I saw this last night. And it wasn't like the Minneapolis Police Department, right? But it was a Minnesota, it was a local police in Minnesota that was actually tear gassing the fucking protesters for the first time outside of the hotel where ICE agents were at. Where is it? Hold on. So on the one hand, there is cause for concern. This is cause for concern. Breaking: 3 protesters have just been arrested by police after an unlawful assembly was declared. One of the protesters appeared to have suffered an injury during her arrest and can be seen bleeding from her nose. This isn't ICE. This is local police, local law enforcement using local weapons, LRADs and shit like that. Even though it was outside of the Minneapolis Police Department's jurisdiction, it still should not be happening at all. This is Maple Grove Police Department, but I think there was also state police there as well.
I'm an American citizen. I am not. What the fuck are y'all doing? Nobody's.
Yeah, and the fucking Department of Homeland Security pigs that were up top in that hotel where the demonstrations were taking place were drinking beers and enjoying the fucking show. If you want to understand where we're at with Tim Walz, Jacob Fry, whoever the fucking Maple Grove mayor is, they abso-fucking-lutely were siding with the Department of Homeland Security. Okay? So on the one hand, I think that this level of resistance has made it more costly for the administration and has made them recalculate their response. And I still suspect they will inevitably pull out and go somewhere else and try it again with a more pliant public. But there is at least still evidence to prove that all Trump might have gotten in this conversation that he had with Tim Walz is assurances that the local law enforcement and state law enforcement will actually side with the Department of Homeland Security and will not actually side with the population.
This, brother. What? You know, I will tell you this. You raise your voice, I raise your voice.
Come on, dude. Really? I mean, this is like, it's like a fucking joke at this point. This is why I said you got the most like Hispanic ICE agents. Like these guys can't even do fucking white supremacy right, man. What the fuck's going on? That's why it's like ICE agents running around being like, ICE agents fucking running around being like, where are you from, my friend? You are not American. And then the other guy goes, why do you say that? And he goes, because of your accent. It's like, bitch, what the fuck do you mean because of your accent? What about your accent? What are you saying? Papers, please. I do not believe you are American.
I will tell you this, brother. What? You know, I will tell you this. You raise your voice?
Yeah, you raise your voice? I raise your voice. What? What is happening? Where is your papers? The fuck? We got a fucking white supremacist militia almost entirely comprised of people of color, man. What is happening?
I raise your voice.
If I raise my voice, you'll erase my...
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, dude, that is 100% a white guy behind that camera, okay? White guy fighting against white supremacy, against a white supremacist soldier who is objectively not white, okay? How do you explain this to, like, anybody? How do you explain this to anyone? And then people try to fucking tell me about, like, you know, Radlib shit. This is done. Like, the old school Radlib mentality was never fully there anyway, okay? It was never really there. There was never a moment where, like, this actually worked in the United States of America.
I raise your voice.
If I raise my voice, you'll erase my...
Exactly, yeah. Yeah.
Are you serious? You said if I raise my voice, you'll erase my voice?
Yes. I will tell you this, brother.
What?
You know, I will tell you this.
You're gonna have a you're gonna have a bad time. I'm like, what? Okay. What the fuck? What do you mean? Bro, arrest yourself. Arrest you. Arrest you. The fuck? It blows my mind, dude. It blows my mind. Like, it's just, you can't, it's like a fucking Cumtown bit, bro. It's straight up. Like, that's where we're at now.
Hey, придави документы.
What?
Паспорт давай, ебарь, мам.
I don't fucking understand you.
А, да ты по-английски нелегалы как один.
Sorry, citizen, just a training exercise.
Ah, okay. Well, I'm so glad that you patriots are out here defending this fine American desert sand.
Well, thank you.
When you could be in town fucking some girls and further destroying the gene pool.
Hey, there's a real problem here.
Oh my God. I don't even remember this. What the fuck? What is this, like modded? Oh, yeah. No, it's a mission. It's vanilla. I don't remember this. Never skip the GTA 5. It's a side mission. I feel like I've 100% completed this game and I don't remember this part. But anyway. Fascists of all stripes are uniting under white supremacy, ultimately for their own power more than ideological consistency. It's just crazy because like you, bro, you could make the argument that ICE is a Maoist third worldist, like end white America movement that is comprised of people from the third world that have actually taken up arms against the white suburbanites. Okay. This is like permanent first world genocide shit. Maoist Trump wins once again, okay? He said, no, launch me into the fucking suburbs, okay? Trump, the great nation builder for China. JD Pondom, baby. Straight up. Don't make me pro-ICE, bro. I mean, look, if you're living in the fucking third world and you want America to be destroyed entirely because you feel like there's no other option here for American salvation, then yeah, be a Republican. Like that's a consistent position I've maintained. Like Osama bin Laden would never be able to reach the level of death and destruction for America that the average Republican senator invites on a fucking daily basis. Let's be real. So that's 100% happening right now. I mean, this is true unlimited first world genocide. That's gonna get clip law. I mean, I've said this many times over. It's one of my classic takes that the Republicans are a far more successful terrorist entity that is slated to destroy America. I think MAGA and American fascists are building their movement on aggrieved patriarchy and isolated men. That once it solidifies its grip on power and culture, it will purge minorities from its ranks. I guess. Federal deployment in Minneapolis is already is steady state and expected to continue as planned per Border Patrol memo leaked to me. Don't fall for the hype. Bovino was reassigned and that's significant, but the broader mission is far from over. I just think that if they were going to continue doing the force projection and the posture, they would have kept Bovino in charge and they would have said like, no, fuck off. So I think like scaling back and taking Bovino off the commander position in this operation implies that they're going to try something different. And I suspect it's more nefarious. Okay? I suspect it is more nefarious. What do I mean by this? I think they got assurances from Tim Walz and assurance from Jacob Fry and everybody else that they would not impede in the investigations that Customs and Border Patrol will conduct and deportations that Customs and Border Patrol will continue doing, and that it will be the operations will continue, but it won't have the same level of force projection. It won't have the same posture. And as long as cops get out of the way and actually allow the deportations to continue, and even when local citizens, ordinary Minnesotans, are actually responding to them in the way that they have been, cops will come in and take care of them rather than the ICE agents, or step out of the way and allow ICE agents to have their idiotic kidnapping schemes to continue. They won't be as aggressive on the regular population because they will delegate the responsibility of brutalizing the community back to the local law enforcement branch. That's what I think we're at potentially.
sure about his parents, but I know her parents were big Trump fans.
And we've already seen it. We've already fucking seen it. We've seen it with, like I said, we've seen it with the response that has taken place last night, where cops actually started ruthlessly beating down, calling an unlawful assembly inside of Minneapolis. All night, protesters would stand outside of the Hilton and bang on trash cans and try to do, try to make as much noise as possible to ensure that ICE agents were having a hard time, that they knew that they weren't welcomed in the city. Okay? What signs are you reading that Tim Walz and Jacob Fry are folding? The signs that I'm seeing are that they are lapping this up as a major victory. They're lapping this up as a major victory. And the signs I'm seeing are that local law enforcement is now taking a more aggressive posture against the protesters than the ones that they did for the past couple of weeks. I think Trump basically told them, nobody wants to see people killed. I don't want to see people killed. You don't want to see people killed. Just make sure that you're on our side on this, and we won't kill more of your citizens. And he probably gave him assurances that he will investigate thoroughly, which is bullshit to begin with, right? He probably gave them the assurance that these guys will be properly prosecuted, right? Justice will be served. And that in the future, Customs and Border Patrol won't be as aggressive as long as cops are on their side, which, by the way, is a lie. I mean, why would they? They're getting everything that they wanted out of Tim Walz, a pliant local administration. It's been almost 2 months since Metro surge began. Families are running out of money and resources to stay in hiding. Rental assistance requests are exploding. City council pressuring Walz for eviction moratorium. Restaurants are either closed or half staff around me. Despite the news about Bovino, multiple DHS convoys have entered the city this morning, and they're very active. They're ramping up operations against observers. Some are being followed to their homes, verbally threatened, and in some cases, ICE is trying to violently detain them. Bovino may be out, but the DHS has just acquired a military base in St. Paul. We briefly covered this last night. So I think Trump just lied. I assume I've had it. Fuck ICE. I just ate shit on my patio. So over winter. You're a fucking idiot, dude. The dude literally reached for his gun. Oh my God. This has got to be a bot, right? This implies that they're botting like pro-ICE sentiment, right? There's no shot that this is a human. It's got to be a clanker, right? There's no shot this person heard fuck ICE and then replied this way. I don't want to live in a world where this is actually a human being with this little reading comprehension. I don't want to live in a world where that is a human being with like that little reading comprehension. Oh my God. Here's what ICE is up to in Northeast Minneapolis today. Absolutely heartbreaking.
What the fuck are you doing? Don't you have any fucking humanity? Are you okay?
Segundo. ¿Y su apellido? Ushka. Segundo.
What happens when they finally spin this shit down? Do all these hogs just keep their guns and go home? This is some dark shit. Anyone that fucking goes, yes, I voted for this, watching an image such as this one, I don't want to say what I think should happen to them, but they are cattle, okay? The ugliest thing about the Trump 2 era is the number of people just proudly declaring themselves to be sociopaths who just want to see other people hurt. Oh my God, you wanted the old white women to be aggressively shoved in the ground? Yes, I did.
Oh, get up, get up, get up, get up.
It's increasingly looking like they are just going to change their tactics and get more support from local law enforcement.
Independent investigation of these murders and accountability, and we need them out of here. I mean, this is moral injury that we're living through. They still have an active federal investigation into the wife of Renee Good. And that is demented shit right there.
Wow, he says shit.
President Yoda, have we noticed any change since last night?
Yeah, well, good to be with you, Tim, and thanks for all the coverage of this. We're really, we're appreciative folks are out there. Look, I don't know how to describe it other than an assault. I've never witnessed anything like this, and I think as good as the reporting has been, it doesn't touch just every little issue in our children watching people get drugged. I mean, everyone here has a trauma response, and then, of course, with Renee and Alex's murder, just just pretty overwhelming. But I have to say, what you witnessed is what massive organized nonviolent resistance did. To be very clear, there's a change in tone, and we'll see. I'm going to meet here later today with Tom Homan. I understand Greg Bovino is gone, and that's a good riddance one. But it doesn't change the fact that the posture is still the same, that this is a unorganized, untrained, dangerous force on the streets that has nothing to do with either immigration or law enforcement. So I'll tell you today is there's a bit of optimism, but there's such a sense of resolve. And I would say this is the Minnesota kind of attitude. A lot of folks think winter's over in March. Minnesotans don't let their guard down till May. And I'm telling you, these folks that are out there on the streets, they're very skeptical, and rightfully so. So the mood is, there's a hint of hope and optimism, but there is a resolve that says, the end of this is not Greg Bovino leaving. The end of this is a sane policy on how you do immigration reform and stop an attack by the federal government on a state.
Yes, to that point, you said you're going to meet with Tom Homan later today. I concur that getting rid of little Greg is a plus, but the demand was to get ICE out and CBP out.
That's right.
And to replace him with Tom Homan, who, has been in his own right pretty incendiary on Fox and, has his own baggage. I'm wondering, if you think that's a satisfactory change for starters, and when you meet with him, what you're going to ask him about.
Well, look, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. And Tim, I think you recognize this, and I've heard you. I think you have the vibe, if you will, of
Trump is live in Iowa now. All right, let's hear what this fucking dildo has to say now.
A 30-point landslide. That was great. I'll never forget it. It was so freezing. You think it's cold now? That blew it away. Whatever happened to global warming? Now it's, it's like one of those things. But it was the coldest night. I remember it was way below zero. And they say, sir, you don't have to come till 10 or 11 o'clock because the caucus takes longer. And I got a call at, let's say the polls close at 7. Sir, you've won. I said, I won what? They told me 10 o'clock. They can't announce. They said, you won by so much. They just called it at 1 minute after 7, right? So we made the journey. We made a speech, but what an evening that was. Then in November, we won the state by a massive landslide. That was incredible in the election. And we then went on to win all swing states, all 7 of them. They said 7 swing. Well, he could win 4 of them. He's doing very well, but we won 7. We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. We won the popular vote for the first time of any Republican in many decades by millions and millions of votes. And we won a category that's very important. We won 86% of all counties in America, 2,700 to 525. How about that? Other than that, we didn't do too well. So now we're back where it all started to celebrate the greatest first year of any administration in American history. They say that. Even the radical left is saying, we did a lot of things. 12 months, we inherited the legacy of record high inflation, the highest inflation in the history of our country. They say the fake news, that's a lot of fake news. No, the fake news said it's 48 years. I remember recently I said the highest inflation, the worst, I believe this, by the way, worst in the history of our country. They said it wasn't the worst, it was 48 years. I said, that's okay too. Somehow that sounds even worse than when you say the history, right? 48 years, I accepted that, but I think it was in the history. A mass invasion of our border and our country was being laughed at all over the world. We were being laughed at, we were a joke. We're not a joke anymore. We're not a joke, we're not being laughed at anymore. But today, just after 1 year of President Trump, our economy is booming, incomes are rising, investment is soaring, inflation has been defeated. Our border is closed, totally closed, and America is respected all over the world like they've never been respected. 1 year, I thought it would take us 2 years. I guess I'm following in the great path of John Deere. We got the chairman of John Deere here, chairman and CEO, that's pretty good. I even signed a John Deere hat for him. He said, I'm going to put this in the museum. I said, that's good. No, it's a great company, and you just said you're opening up 2 massive plants because of tariffs. You're opening up one in North Carolina, one someplace else. And
And you're expanding all over the place. You're doing a great job. I bought a lot of John Deere stuff. I bought a lot of John Deere. It's a great company. It's an honor to have you. Thank you very much. This has been the most dramatic one-year turnaround of any country in history in terms of the speed. I really thought it would take us 2 or 3 years to do what we're doing. You know, we're the number one country anywhere in history in the world, anywhere in history for investment coming into the country. And it's amazing, and it's because of tariffs.
The question to ask every single person behind him is, do you feel like things are going well?
Spirit back to our country, came back. You know, one thing I think which is it's so important is, if you remember a year and a half ago, we couldn't get people to enlist in the military, any of them, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, any of them, the Coast Guard, Space Force, I love Space Force, right? We couldn't get them, and even police departments, they couldn't get anybody with a uniform that represented the country, you couldn't get them. And today, we have the single greatest recruitment numbers in the history of our military. The police forces are loaded, law enforcement is loaded up, and everybody wants to be a policeman, a fireman. They want to be in the military, any branch. I mean, we literally, they couldn't get them. A year and a half ago, nobody wanted to be in the military. Now everybody wants to be in the military. It's an amazing thing that's happened, an amazing turnaround. And all because we have a president who does something very simple, puts America first, right? Thank you. So under my leadership, economic growth is exploding to numbers unheard of. They've never had them before in recent times, and we're just getting started. You know, the great, big, beautiful bill, which is no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our seniors. Do we have any seniors in here? Do we have any seniors in here?
These people are dumber than Derek, brother.
He did that because he doesn't want to pay tax on his Social Security. Don't you believe? That's what I never thought of. These are sick people. But despite the fact that we've just really started,
Rad 1400 is trying to trigger you by posting Trump 2028. JD Vance 2028, Trump 2028. Yeah, he's going to be really good for you,
By the way,
King.
the open borders, we had millions and
He's going to be so good for you.
Today wouldn't happen. They opened the borders.
Has it been good for you so far?
5.4%. And since the election, the stock market is at 52 all-time highs, adding $9 trillion in value to your savings, retirement accounts, and 401ks. So 401k people, I mean, of which you got a lot of people. Does anybody have a 401k in the audience? A lot of people. So you're setting records, right? The highest it's ever been. They say this, you know, the good stock market, they say, well, this stock market, you know, they just try so hard. This stock market doesn't affect.
Guy on the left is trying to mog, but he's failing because he has prey eyes and not predator eyes. Okay? Look at his cantle tilt. It's not working.
How is John Deere stock doing? Great? All-time high? It's all-time. Everyone, I don't have to even ask the question. I mean, I made a lot of people rich. Me, I just keep working. I made a lot of people rich. I made a lot of people rich that I don't even like. I got a lot of people that I don't like at all, and I've doubled their net worth. But after 4 years in which Biden got less than $1 trillion in new investment, think of it, he took in substantially less in 4 years than $1 trillion. We secured commitments for a record-breaking plus $18 trillion. So in 1 year, we did over $18 trillion, and he did less than $1 trillion. Just over 1 year ago, under Sleepy Joe Biden and the radical left lunatics, we were a dead country. We were a dead country. I tell you, 1 year ago, a little more than 1 year ago, we were a dead country. The king of Saudi Arabia told me that. You've heard me say it. He said it better than anybody else. He said, you know, I can't believe it. A few months ago, he said, a year ago, you were a dead country. Now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. He said, I can't believe it. And today I'm pleased to announce one more historic investment, the great American company that we just talked about is doing so much. I have to give it really. I buy so much equipment from so many of the people in the, you know, we have a lot of very successful companies in here, but I know it's a very special deal because John Deere is doing $70 million in factory in North Carolina. It's brand new. the best in the world. And I think it's going to pay off very, very big. And if it doesn't, I have nothing to do with it. But if it does, I'm going to take full credit. But what it is an excavator factory, as I understand it, and it's going to be the only excavator factory. In other words, excavators. We all know I love those excavators. Believe it or not, I know a lot about them. We don't make them here. This is going to be the only excavator entirely made in the United States of America. I love it. I love it. It's great. And they'll all come. I hate to tell you, but they're all going to be coming too. You're going to have some competition, but you'll be ahead of them. If congressional Democrats had their way this year, would right now be facing the largest tax hike. So they wanted to give you, this is what I was running against, the largest tax hike in the history of our country. I wanted to give you the largest tax cut in the history of our country. And if they won, this country would be cratering right now. It would be cratering. So I've cut a record number of job-killing regulations. The reason our job numbers are so good, and remember this, I've cut hundreds of thousands of federal jobs. Now, if I didn't do that, our numbers would be even more through the roof. Or I could get them. You know what they do? In order to have decent numbers, they hire 1 million people. You hire 1 million people, all of a sudden you're down to 3.5%. We don't do that. We get rid of that job where you have 10 jobs for every, you have 10 people for every job. And they are all now, and they hated me. They hated me. Now they love me. You know why? They all got jobs in the private sector, making twice as much money as they made from the federal government, sometimes much more than that. So a year ago, they hated me, and now they love me. But it includes dozens of burdensome regulations that were crushing our amazing farmers. We love our farmers. We won this thing. I think.
What the fuck? What the fuck just happened? What just happened? Is there another feed? Is there another feed? Okay.
I knew who the hell Kamala was. All I knew is she was the border czar. We had millions of people pouring through, and she was the border czar.
God damn it! I got so fucking.
But I will tell you,
I got stoked for no reason.
We didn't know much about her, and you know when you're running a campaign, you're focused on the person you're running against. So we're running against Sleepy Joe Biden, crooked. I call him Crooked Joe, Sleepy Joe. They're both accurate, and we're running against him. All of us, and he's way down in the polls, down by a lot. And all of a sudden, they take him out and they put a new. This is like I told Dana White the other night. It's like taking a fighter, putting him in. He's getting the hell beat out of him. You take him out and you put a new fighter in. I said that's not fair, but that's what happened to me. The stuff that happened to me can only happen to me. But I repealed the Biden's EPA ridiculous water restrictions to keep federal bureaucrats off your land and out of your business. That was a big one. That was a big one. I terminated the so-called diesel exhaust fluid requirement. You know what that is?
We got
saving
baited.
Family farmers more than $1 billion a year, and we're going to do a lot more. We're going to do something on tractors. You know, they never took we did it with cars. We took all that nonsense off the cars. You couldn't start your car. You'd have to go to MIT to get somebody to fix your car with all the crap they had on it in order to save a quarter of a glass of this much little tiny bit of gas. These people are crazy. And I'm going to do that, I think, for tractors, too, because we're going to get the tractors back where...
I thought he would have talked about Minneapolis a little bit, and now he's dominating Minneapolis. I'm surprised.
In order to keep the environment clean, so much nonsense. I think it makes the environment dirty, actually. And very importantly, on day one, I kept my promise to the people of Iowa and abolished the insane electric vehicle mandate, which would have obligated you to go out and buy an electric car, but it would have obliterated a thing called ethanol. Do you like ethanol? Is it big? A lot of people are asking me about ethanol. I don't know. Do you want me to do something with ethanol? Maybe. After years of the United States getting ripped off by other countries on trade, I'm standing up for the workers and the farmers of our country like no other president has ever. No other president's done this. I mean, no other president.
Totally.
I could have had an ACC presidency. I'd probably have this little piece of ear back, you know? Could have it, and I wouldn't have to listen to lunatics like this.
Wait, what do you mean? Your ear never got hurt?
I wouldn't have to listen. Isn't that nice?
Boy, they're good here.
Motherfucker.
Do we love our law enforcement? They work very quickly. But under Sleepy Joe, we had the largest trade deficit in world history. But in 1 year, I've slashed our gaping trade deficit by a staggering 77%. How about that? What about that? That's pretty good, right? 77. Nobody's ever seen that. You know, if you slash your trade deficit by 1%, you're like a genius. They say, oh, he's very electable. He's not so electable. I did 77. I did something else, favored nations on drugs. We now are paying the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. In other words, we're matching favored nations. It's called most favored nations. Every other president tried for it. They didn't try very hard. They didn't get anything. I got it done. I got all the nations to agree. You think that was easy? I said, if you don't agree, we're going to put tariffs on you. They said, we agree. We agree. So you'll have a pill that costs $10, as an example, costs $10 in London, costs $130 in Des Moines, and now it's going to cost $20. Think of it. You'll go from $130 down to $20. It's the biggest price reduction of prescription drugs in history, and going to have a huge impact on your health care, too. I was very proud of it. And you know, the fake news, I can't get them to talk about it. Think of it. I got the biggest price reduction in history on drugs, pharmaceuticals. I can't get these guys to talk about it. It was page like 22 in the New York Times, a little story. I just got the biggest, I can't believe it. If a Democrat got a half a point down, this is like hundreds of, depending on the way you want to calculate it, you could say it's an 80% reduction, or you could say it's 1,000% reduction. You could say whatever you want, but it's the biggest reduction in history by many, many times. I did something because we were subsidizing the entire world. We were paying 10 times, in many cases, more money than the rest of the world. And I said it wasn't fair, and I got it done. And everyone said you can. They said, you'll never get other countries to agree. They said, yeah. I said, yes, I will. They said, you'll never get the other countries to agree. I got the drug companies. That was not easy, I want to tell you, but that was not so bad. But they even told me, we'll agree to it, but you'll never get the other countries. I said, 100% I will. Why wouldn't I get them? And I called Macron of France. I said, you got to double the price of your drugs. He said, no, 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 I will not do that. What was the story with his glasses the other day? What the hell was that all about? But anyway, but I got them all. I don't want to go into a long story. Bottom line, I said, I'm going to increase tariffs by 25. I'm going to charge you 25% tariff if you don't do it. They said, we will do it. We would be, why don't you ask? We'd love to do it. So I got something done that no other president could have gotten done, and no other president, I don't even think they tried, you want to know the truth. Do you think Biden was thinking about it? He just was thinking about how the hell to get off the stage. Remember, the guy could never find that. You have so many ways. You can jump off the front if it really gets. You got stairs all over the place. The guy could never find his way off the stage. This was not a good sign. But I made new fair trade deals with countries covering half of all U.S. trade. You do know they're paid agitators, right? They're paid. They get paid. You know, do you ever see their signs? You know, we used to have protests, and you'd have guys making a sign in a basement. These are all paid agitators. That's all they are. They get paid to go, and they don't even know what, when they interview them, why are you here? I don't know. They have no idea. They're paid insurrectionists, really, in some cases.
Oh,
They're
yeah,
sickos.
no, totally.
But I've made new fair trade deals with countries covering half of all U.S. trade, scoring giant wins for the farmers, ranchers, and agricultural producers like no other president has ever done. That's why I got such a tremendous vote from the farmers, and I love you too. I do love you too. So Japan will now allow the United States to supply up to 100% of automotive ethanol, and import large amounts of aviation biofuels from the United States. That's great for you. That was part of the deal that we made. The United Kingdom will import nearly $1 billion of ethanol. That's part of their deal. Australia is allowing American beef into its market for the first time in more than 20 years. Did you know that? And beef is doing great, and we got to get the prices down a little bit, and they're starting to come down pretty much. China has agreed to purchase over $40 billion of U.S.-grown soybeans. You know that. You're selling them. They're selling them. And I went to President Xi, and he's upping it. I mean, it's $40 billion. The European Union will dramatically increase purchases of American pork, dairy, and soybean oil. They never did that before. They're all doing things that they never did before because you have a certain president that's a little bit different from the presidents that you had before. And nations from Cambodia to Thailand to the Philippines and Indonesia are eliminating all trade barriers to agricultural products. Your agricultural products had trade barriers that didn't allow them to be sold in countries that are now saying, oh, please, we'd love to accept your product. So that's great. It's going to be, you're going to see it starting to kick in now for the farmers. And to further help our farmers recover from the really a catastrophe of the Biden years, what a period of years that we had. We had a country that was just dead. We had a country that was just not respected by anybody. We had a guy.
Why are we watching this? I thought he got shot. No, he hasn't.
Do you think he worried about his farmer at night? No. He just wanted to go to sleep. This is what we had. This is what we had in our fake election. We recently issued $12 billion in farm relief. We gave them because you were screwed by other countries. I said, how much is the number? To our great Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. She's doing a great job. I said, Brooke, what's the number? And she said, $12 billion. And I wrote a check for $12 billion because we have so much money from the tariffs coming in. So you couldn't have done that before. We're a rich country now. I hope we win that Supreme Court case. You know, we have people that are China-oriented. They're people from literally that very China-oriented and foreign country-oriented trying to stop that. But we'll get it done one way or the other. We're going to do it. If we have to do it a different way, we'll do it. But we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. We're doing amazing. Nobody can even believe it. Foreign countries cannot believe what's happened. They're studying us, but it won't work. But I'm also working hard to expand your markets domestically. And in the campaign, I promise to support E15 all year round. Yes? Yes? Should I do it, Kaufman? Should I do it? I did. I promised E15 all year round if I get elected.
How does Klaus still have supporters? Because these guys have nothing to look forward to other than complete and utter annihilation and domination of liberals owning the libs. And for them, that's the only thing they got going on, and it's enough. They have decided that every single thing that has happened to them is because of libs. So they're just basically bullying the libs and punishing them. Even if their lives suck dick, at least there's a lib out there who's getting owned by Donald Trump's behavior.
And they're working on it. They're very close to getting it done. So I just wanted to let you know that. Yeah?
Nothing but white people behind him too, no diversity? Brother, that's Iowa.
And China will be sending me a bill very shortly supporting year-round E15 to my desk very quickly. And I will sign it without delay. Okay? I hope you remember us for the midterms. You know, the worst thing about the midterms is the fact that no matter what happens, the people that win the presidency, you win the even if
this
you're
is
a
how
good
they
president,
think. Oh yeah, I was going to show this. Actually, you know what? Let's watch this. Because this is so fucking boring. I thought there would be something new in here, but he's just talking about like his accomplishments and how dope it's been for all the piggies behind him, even though it very clearly hasn't been. Where is it? Oh, here it is. So Joshua Reed Earl got this brief little snapshot that even though he's a liberal, he clocked Tim Pool here. This brief little snapshot into the collective psychosis that we're watching unfold. Here it is.
First of all, when these people come out and go, Tim's a bootlicker for defending us, I'm like, no, you misunderstand. It's my boots. It's mine. I voted for them. I'm wearing the boot. I'm stomping on the ground. I ain't licking anybody. I'm clapping for these people that I said, please go out and enforce the law. And anybody else who's cheering for it, who voted for it too, we're all wearing the boots. You're the one crying. You're the one saying, you're coming simply. First of all.
So that's basically it. This mindset is genuinely pathetic. It's an alpha fantasy, watching the state violence and imagining you're exercising power rather than the one submitting to it. In no reality is a lawless state you. It is not accountable to you. It is coercive by nature and indiscriminate in its application. The moment Tim Pool stops being useful, if he becomes a critic instead of a sycophant, decides an abuse has gone too far, or is simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, that same boot ends up on his neck. It's a power fantasy for weak men. They cosplay as rulers while applying their own subjugation. Now, while Mr. Project Liberal here is an annoying shitter in other instances, he is right here. He is right. This mindset is exactly what guides losers towards fascism. Same weakness that dupes MAGA into believing that U.S. force projections in Venezuela or Yemen actually make them feel powerful. Real power comes from being able to make changes that improve your material conditions. These people have completely given up on that. Okay? As Matt Christmas says, the dual sadisms of American politics. This is what it is. Get off X.com. Stop legitimizing these people. Okay, brother, you can put it, you can put your head in the sand. All right. I'm going to continue fucking duking it out wherever these fascists are. Okay. Blue Sky chatters. I voted to suck this dick, so it isn't gay. Yeah, it's my dick. I'm sucking my own dick. I promise. I wanted to suck this. So this is what drives a lot of these people's mindset. They think this kind of force projection from a powerful state is done at their behest. That's all this is. Project Liberal made a post about you. I know. They were like, they made a China post because they love left bashing as hard as they possibly can. Why don't you ever cover Substack? Substack? The fuck? What? Like read people's blog posts on Substack? Anyway, the Project Liberal guy likes it when the Dems are in charge, though. Yeah, this is utterly pathetic, okay? This is utterly fucking pathetic. Any resolution to the Minnesota situation that does not include mass arrests of leftist agitators and mass deportations of the illegals will be a total failure for the Trump administration and only guarantee more and worse chaos in the future. Look at them. Their strength is brittle because the right is replete with mediocrities who have failed as people. Their relationship to the world has gone necrotic because they only see order in death. That's why they cannot beat solidarity. Solidarity is a practice of life. Solidarity allows us to dream of a better world and to fight for its realization. They cannot dream because the world they dreamed of has been repeatedly defeated. There is no better solution. There is no better medicine for these fucking weak-ass fascist losers. And you see that over and over again. Whenever they see solidarity in these demonstrations, okay? Whenever they see solidarity in the form of mutual aid, for example, they lose their fucking minds. Okay? They lose their minds. They go, why are there so many people giving out food at these protests? They must be very well organized. They must be getting paid to do this. It's like, nope, that's just a projection of your own insecurity. That's just a projection of the reality that you've never actually experienced grassroots mobilization in your life, so you immediately assume that there is a powerful entity backing it. Okay? That's it. They see mutual aid and they can't comprehend it because they've never actually existed in a world where they can care about their neighbors. They can care about anything other than themselves. And that's precisely what this is. That's it. They don't know what community organizing looks like. They don't know what community mobilizing looks like. They can't even comprehend a world like this. So they immediately look at it and they look at it and immediately assume that there is something nefarious afoot. Because the only time where there's any expression of solidarity or something similar to solidarity on the right, it's oftentimes backed by powerful billionaires. As a terminally online person myself, I'd say they need to go outside and do manual labor. What is this? The guy is right. You shouldn't do that. You're only here telling us about the top of the hour. Stop this bullshit. You are only here to be sexy and tell us when it's the top of the hour. Gab Punk, you're late to the game. I don't run ads anymore. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. At the top of the hour, if you want to support the Piker Broadcasting Service, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. But it's totally voluntary. It's totally voluntary, and you don't have to do so if you don't want to. But you can also get gifted a sub if you are lucky, if you're fortunate. But Unc trying to sub farm again. We'll get sad when none come in. I mean, it's true, and none have come in because I'm washed. That was a fun nostalgia trip, you got to admit. Yeah. Top of the hour debates are back. Not really, though. Internet connection is so dog shit where Chatter's at that it's coming in 2 months after the fact. Yeah. But yeah, they don't understand how that world looks like. So they must project. The only thing that they've seen come close to that experience is a totally AstroTurf movement that is backed by billionaires. Like, a lot of people forget January 6th looks like a fucking real life insurrection. And yet January 6th, famously, wait, what the fuck's going on here? Are they...
If I say a woman is beautiful, that's the end of your political career, you know?
Okay, he's just talking shit. January 6th was heavily organized with Turning Point USA, for example, busing people in. Like, there was a lot of infrastructure within the Republican Party that brought people out on January 6th. And if you remember, when Trump fell out of favor for a brief moment post January 6th, the Republican institutions actually pulled back from doing stuff like that because they thought they might be legally liable. And when that happened, Trump's rallies were sparsely attended. Okay? There is no comparison. Like, without the Republican Party and its mega donors and the organizations that they've designed to show people up in moments like this, without that backing, you will not get more than 200 fucking people attending these things. That's it. All right, let's get back to Tim Walz and how he reacted.
This one on this. This White House makes decisions based on emotions and non-reality that we're living in. I am in a position right now where I want to be very careful to continue to stand up, and we won't give an inch, but not to poke the bear where we don't need it. My hope is with Tom Homan is different from Greg Bovino and these folks on the streets that are just amateurs, that he is a true, law enforcement professional. I certainly wouldn't agree with his ideology on things, but I think what he understands is this thing turned into a disaster for them. Their most popular issue on immigration, the bottom has fallen out on them. And look,
bro, this is my biggest fear is being realized in real time, dude. Holy fuck.
I would like to think humanity is why they called me and said, we want to get out of this. But you and I both know it's probably not what it was. But I don't care. Whatever it takes you to, at this point, to get to the right space. And so my guess is that Tom Homan understands if you really want to enforce immigration, if you really want to get the worst of the worst, you coordinate with local folks, you coordinate with our BCA, and you pick these people up when they're not suspecting it in the middle of the night where no shots are fired. You heard the police chief say that we've taken 900 guns off the streets in Minneapolis last year and didn't fire a single shot. Same thing with my state troopers. So look, I think this is an opportunity. I think the politics for the White House is they cannot afford to see tear gas on the streets, and they certainly can't afford to see another incident like we saw on Saturday morning. So I think they're serious about this. Here's my fear, Tim. Do they just shift this nightmare somewhere else? Do they shift it to Janet Mills? Do they shift it, I don't think they'll shift it to Philly because they found out how damn tough people are in Minneapolis, and I think Philly's ready. So we got work to do. The good news is it looks like Congress is waking up. That the call when Chuck Schumer.
Yeah, let's do it together, guys, in the middle of the night when they don't expect you. This is fucking insane. The problem here isn't that they're doing it in fucking broad daylight. The problem is that they're doing it at all. God damn it, dude. Oh, all these guys give a shit about is the optics. All right. So they're gonna try to improve the optics of ICE raids by, I guess, doing night raids instead. Instead of fighting back. Instead of fucking fighting back. Instead of trying to pull them out, instead of trying to force them to retreat, after a moment of unprecedented pushback, they're basically just saying, like, you're fucking up the bag for us too. You're fucking up the bag for us. You're making us look like weak, pathetic cowards. And as long as you cooperate with us, we'll cooperate with you.
said we're not going to fund them. That was music to all of our ears because, for Christ's sake, the bar is really low here for success, but that's success.
Speaking of low bar, not murdering people is a pretty low bar. I think one thing I would ask Tom Homan, if I were in your shoes,
I swear to God, this is the limits of liberalism in fucking broad daylight, dude. This is the limits of liberalism in broad daylight. If this is actually what's going to happen, I mean, because look, we're trying to understand where this is going to go. We're trying to identify what is going to happen next, right? And it feels like, yeah, they're trying to do a Vichy France style structure where it's like, no, it's better if we participate in this. It's better if we participate in this alongside you, and therefore there's less death, I guess. The argument here for liberals is, well, at least there won't be another Alex Peretti situation if we do it the right way, if we have local law enforcement cooperate. And we just become more efficient at kidnapping people in the middle of the night with less cameras around. Okay? That in and of itself, once again, doesn't actually identify the problem or seek to solve it. It just tries to brush the problem aside. And then liberals will look at that and go, well, don't you think it's better that there won't be another Alex Peretti situation? Well, one, you don't have a fucking guarantee that there won't be another one at night. And two, while technically, if Trump made the problem 10 times worse, and this is an existential crisis, and you get him down to a 9 times worse problem, sure, the 1x went away. Yeah. But it's still a problem. There should be a 0. That 10% reduction is not actually you doing anything. Do you see what I mean? Democrats constantly want you to do that 10% reduction and shut the fuck up.
Is also ending.
And then they'll spend every waking moment being like, oh, dude, you just want pie in the sky ideas. What do you mean? You can't do a 100% reduction. It's got to be a 10% reduction at most. What more do you want? We did our job. Meanwhile, they didn't do anything. They didn't even do anything. Is it better if the state cooperates? Because when the state cooperates, you have situations like Dilley, okay? You have this. This is a state cooperating with ICE.
Families
in
at a South Texas detention facility protested for freedom. This all happened over the weekend at the South Texas Family Residential Center in Dilley, which is just outside San Antonio.
That is where a 5-year-old
This is the state cooperating with ICE.
detained in Minnesota last week and his father were sent. Our Daniela Ibarra spoke with an attorney who was there and heard that protest as it happened.
Immigration attorney Eric Lee says he came to Dilley on Saturday to visit clients. When he was in the waiting room, he says guards ordered him and everyone in there to get out. He says he was overwhelmed by what he saw and heard.
Can you hear that?
Lee captured this footage on his way out of the facility.
And I started hearing all these children shouting. I wasn't sure what it was at first, and then I started to hear that they were shouting, let us out, or libertad. It was hundreds of them, and they're kids.
The Frio County Sheriff's Office told us this happened just before 1 p.m. on Saturday. The sheriff says detainees were organizing into groups, trying to push their way out.
This is a concentration camp, man.
Deputies, DPS, and Border Patrol officers responded. Lee says the detainees speaking out like this is a risk.
To express their First Amendment right to seek redress of the U.S. government for the conditions that they're facing, I was inspired.
Last year, we told you about a lawsuit alleging inhumane conditions inside the facility. Families claimed the water and food made them sick and said the medical care is subpar. Attorneys for those detained say that hasn't changed. We did reach out.
That's what it looks like
to the department.
If the state is cooperating. There's not a lot of pushback on the ground, or the pushback is limited. Local law enforcement and state law enforcement actually helps identify who to deport, who to kidnap. And once again, this is the image. This is the outcome. People don't want this, okay? It's not that people are worried about the excesses. It's not that people are worried about like a constant ICE presence on their streets. I mean, that shit's annoying too. That obviously is a part of the domination. But they also don't want this either. This is the reason why people are protesting. The reason why people were doing ICE Watch, it blows my fucking mind that like the majority position right now, the plurality position is abolish ICE, and the overwhelming majorities are actually very frustrated with these mass kidnapping and mass deportation initiatives. And Tim Walz and people like that are making it seem like the only problem here is that it's happening in broad daylight and they're dominating regular American citizens. No, that's one outcome that people are even more frustrated by. But the real reason why they were doing ICE Watch to begin with is because they don't want their fucking neighbors kidnapped. Democrats act as though that's not the main consideration here. Democrats act as though the kidnappings are not the problem. It's the fact that you're seeing those kidnappings, and in the process of seeing those kidnappings and disrupting those initiatives, you get dominated that is the problem. No, that's one of the problems. That's not the main problem. The main problem is this. Is it better if Minneapolis looks like this? This is the limitations of liberalism in broad fucking daylight. With MS Now reporting, by the way, Trump's Justice Department has decided there will be no civil rights investigation into the fatal shooting of Alex Peretti, and instead 2 units of DHS will investigate their own officers and the man they killed, according to the 3 people briefed on the steps and internal records reviewed by MS Now. Well, that's what was happening when Democrats were in office. They just did the deportations under the radar. Yeah, no, I know. But this is a community that was frustrated when the Democrats were doing it too. As a matter of fact, I kept repeating year over year that this was a major humanitarian rights violation and that the administration should have moved forward in mass amnesty rather than mass deportations in the way that they were moving forward quietly. I truly, even until the very last moment, thought foolishly that these guys would, at the very fucking least, they would listen to the demands, the overwhelming demands that are being made. I was wrong. Democrats will always disappoint you. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But as I said, it's looking like the local and state administrators might have folded and will let ICE continue to operate in Minneapolis with local law enforcement protection in exchange for some fake promises that there will be a real investigation into the 2 murders and a scale back. I hope this isn't the case and Trump folds given the public backlash, but last night's police activity against the protesters and the admin's refusal to actually prosecute Peretti's murder seems to indicate that Tim Walz might have been sold a lie. Or rather, he wanted to believe he wanted to believe this lie and leaned into it because he's a fucking coward. Let this be yet another moment for you to organize, for you to understand that if Democrats won't save you, the only person that will save you is your friends and your neighbors and your community. I cannot believe that we are repeating the same fucking mistakes that we all should have learned in school, that the Nazis that happened in the buildup to the Nazi takeover of power. A consistent attempt to lean into the Nazis and the fascists in general by liberals that wanted to do business as usual politics and thought that they wouldn't actually end up in the concentration camp themselves. This was Trump's offer to their demands, by the way. They were so desperate to do nothing, they took the first deal that came their way. Meanwhile, on the other hand, you have people still talking about Kirsten Gillibrand, talking about reforms. Another statement from a Senate Democrat demanding reforms without any mention of what those reforms should be. Extremely worried that this will end up being a 9.4 on the kneeling Kente clause scale. These guys just keep saying, "Oh, they're out of control. They're out of control," but they don't actually make any demands about what that retribution will look like. It's fucking nonsense. Mayor Jacob Fry, today Chief O'Hara and I met with the border czar Homan and had a productive conversation. I reiterated that my main ask is for Operation Metro Surge to end as quickly as possible. Public safety works best when it's built on community trust, not tactics that create fear or division. I share with Mr. Homan the serious negative impacts this operation has had on Minneapolis and surrounding communities, as well as the strain it has placed on our local police officers. I also made it clear that Minneapolis does not and will not enforce federal immigration laws, and that we will remain focused on keeping our neighbors and streets safe. City leaders will continue to stay in conversation with Mr. Homan and his team. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that.
Just the harassment,
yes.
the racial profiling, going
yes.
after people based on how they look, on their accent, the harassment of protesters. And I don't see how the resistance to this can stop unless they stop infringing on the rights of people that aren't doing anything, that aren't criminals.
Yeah, and that's what's foundational. Look, we added some folks. We added the Second Amendment folks. I've been screaming, where are the don't tread on me folks? Well, they're showing up a little bit on this, but yeah, you're exactly right. And I'm going to ask, and I didn't on the call because I was very specific. We need a full independent investigation of these murders and accountability, and we need them out of here. But I'm going to ask Tom Homan, you spoke about this. You know, the insult just to the soul of this. I mean, this is moral injury that we're living through. They still have an active federal investigation into the wife of Renee Good. And that is demented shit.
Can you elaborate more about liberalism laying bare, please? What do you mean? This is the limitations of liberalism. The idea that getting 10% reduction in the cruelty is better than not getting any cruelty reduction at all. Donald Trump ups the intensity by tenfold, and then you get him down to 90% instead of the 100%, and you say, well, there it is, we did it. Meanwhile, the public are demanding 0% cruelty for understandable reasons. They feel like they secured an optical win, right? And maybe for some of the masses, it might come across as an optical win, but all it does is actually normalize this cruelty. And then they turn around and focus on selling that 10% reduction to you. They tell you, shut the fuck up. Isn't it better to have 90% Hitler than 100% Hitler? Obviously, that's a 10% reduction in Hitler. How about 0% Hitler? This was the point that they wanted to get across anyway. This is what J.D. Vance was saying. Comply or die. How dare you not tell your local law enforcement officers to play ball with the Department of Homeland Security? If you don't do this, if you don't actually fucking allow us to do this, we're going to continue upping the ante. We're going to continue upping the pressure. So technically, they got everything that they wanted. The Trump administration, if this is true, if my suspicions are correct, the Trump administration got everything that they wanted out of this deal. Now they have a pliant local law enforcement that will work alongside the ICE agents rather than refuse to put an end to the protests as they were up until this moment. Yes, I remember when you said liberals will fall in line with socialism and wouldn't willingly go along with fascism. Wait, what? No, brother. I'm saying if there was an actual real fucking robust socialist movement, many of the voters, many of the liberal voters who self-ID as liberals would love that socialist wave, that socialist momentum. As evidenced by how much they love Zoran Mamdani, for example. Do you not understand? The Will Stancils, the voters, when push comes to shove, the voters, they recognize the cruelty and they want changes. So if someone is actually presenting that change in a very real way, of course they're going to welcome that. I never said that liberal politicians are going to magically decide to become socialist overnight. That's never going to happen. I said that the politicians might come in line once there is a significant momentum, a socialist alternative that actually has the popular mandate. If there is like a significant number of Zoran Mamdanis in the Democratic Party that people really identify with and people really love, that will then potentially cause some of the liberal politicians to play ball and to present themselves as radical little warriors. And you're kind of seeing that already. Everyone immediately started hitting the affordability lines, for example.
Right there. And that investigation is one that just, I mean, it is beyond the pale, and the average Minnesotans are so horrified by it. So look, there's things that they could do today, in addition to getting rid of Bovino, that we need to see. And I don't think they have a lot of time to do this because this thing has grown. My faith has always been here with the Minnesotans, but I feel the rest of the country coming to our aid.
All right. Speaking of that independent investigation, first step in an independent investigation is knowing who actually shot Alex Preddy. We still don't know. Do you know?
No, I do not know. I don't know where they're at. I don't know their names. I don't have anything. Tim, I think you summed this up. This is the world we're living in. The idea that you saw this, we all saw it, and then you watch Kristi Noem do that. I mean, I think will go down in history as one of the most egregious things ever to come out of administration, the way they talked about this. But the worst part of it is basically sweeping this crime scene, keeping us out of there. We were ready for this after Renee Good. So my professionals at the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension showed up with a court order that said we would be allowed on there to gather that, and we were still kept out. So yeah, I don't know. And you know how these crime scenes work. You ruin the evidence. You don't know what's there. And we're trying, look, I have a pretty good idea who did this, what they did, and what should come out of this. But when you do an investigation like this, what precipitated it? Were there more things there? What are we missing? We're not getting to see any of that. And the gaslighting of us to say, look, we're not very good at handling stuff on the streets where we murder your people, but we'll handle the investigation like true professionals. They don't even have a crime lab. And here's what's telling, and I hope, your viewers get this. The FBI is not involved in this because they wouldn't even touch it. They knew this was such a horrible thing. It's not that the FBI is collaborating with DHS. The FBI is just saying, not on us. This is terrible.
DHS is their own little internal HSI that's doing this stuff.
Yes.
So here's my thing, though, about not knowing who killed Alex Freddie. Like, you can't have reconciliation without transparency. I don't understand how the people of Minnesota can accept, accept the word of this administration about how they're going to change their tactics. They don't tell us what happened. Me and you, the taxpayers pay those agents that were in the streets of Minnesota.
Yes.
And you cannot have public servants anonymous and masked and murdering our fellow Americans. Like, it's unacceptable. We have to know who did it, and we have to have an independent investigation. The fact that they haven't even told the governor of Minnesota who did this is insane.
Yeah, and we don't know where they're at. I'm assuming they're out of state. Look, I know this is going to be a tough one for folks, and I don't know if it's the direct analogy on this is, but the egregious harm that has been done directly to Minnesota, but by the rest of the country by this is I don't see how you end this without some type of truth and reconciliation, like we saw in South Africa after some of this stuff. I can't express to people just how horrific this is to have these folks on the streets in their masks. And Tim, just for the contrast of this, that good policing, and we dealt with this after the murder of George Floyd, good policing is building trust. All that stuff you saw at the Whipple building, the federal building where Bovino had his headquarters and stuff, every day you saw these guys rushing out and yelling and throwing smoke canisters, whatever. We got them out of there. And when the National Guard came in, what you saw yesterday was unmasked professionals from our state handing out hot chocolate, coffee, and donuts. And now the protesters today are asking us if they can deliver homemade food back to the National Guard, who are out there cold too. And there's
anytime I even get remotely hopeful, these guys, I mean, the people that were saying like y'all got duped, this was like the same like Operation Win Hearts and Minds that like they did in the Iraqi counterinsurgency initiative and the global war on terror and the illegal occupation of Iraq. It feels like they were right, Like, if they're deploying the National Guard and then now they're going to suppress the inevitable pushback that comes, then yeah, all of that winning hearts and minds with donut shit is fucking fake.
Relationship. And the Guard knows that those people have the right to sit there and protest and do whatever they need. That change is just so dramatic. So my hope is that Holman gets that. But I'm with you, Tim. If they think we're not bringing these folks back and having, if it goes through the process, the grand jury says, let's indict them, they should come back here. Derek Chauvin's sitting in prison because he murdered George Floyd. And I'm not on the jury and I don't want to taint this thing, but I'm telling you, we're going to do a full investigation. And if the folks.
What do you expect them to do? Fight the federal government with violence? Yes. I already told you. Yes. Deploy the police force, command the police force to defend the protesters and become a fucking nuisance to any ICE agent that's trying to do a raid. Trespass them. Tell the public that they can call the cops, the local cops, and the state police whenever there is an ICE agent that is in their neighborhood and they feel threatened. Maintain a presence of law and order with the same exact police posture. If there is not enough police officers to be able to be an ever-present force that protects the population, utilize the National Guard that you've already deployed to have additional units at your disposal. I know when people say there's only 600 cops in Minneapolis. Yeah, brother, 600 cops, but thousands of fucking National Guardsmen. If this is an existential crisis, okay, if this is an existential crisis, you can deputize citizens. You can also, I mean, you don't even have to do that, though. You can send in National Guard. Send in the National Guard alongside the local law enforcement to beef up the numbers. Because at the end of the day, these guys only respond to force. They're fucking pussies. That's why they can dominate old ladies. But if the people that they're trying to dominate are actually local law enforcement with gear, they're not going to play the same game. It's crazy. And especially when, like, this is the demand of the population. It seems like a last resort because it's a necessity. Can't believe we as a country go from labor unions arming miners after the Ludlow massacre to we hope the bad guys go away. Yeah. Also, yeah, when people say there are only 600 cops, what's the assumption that ICE will shoot the cops? Yeah. I don't think ICE is going to shoot the cops. Telling people to call the cops pigs flying today, I'm just saying that that is what a competent state and local administrator would demand. Okay? I'm not saying that they're doing that. They're very clearly not doing that. But when you ask me, like, what's the alternative here? I'm giving you the alternative. I'm giving you what an actual governor who cares about the safety and security of his citizens would do. It's not like Greg Abbott has shied away from invoking a constitutional crisis. In that situation, Greg Abbott won because Biden was too pussy to do anything about it. You have to meet force with force. That's it. Do you understand? Greg Abbott did this already. He showed the power that a governor has. He literally trafficked people. Kaya, you have to move out of there. Get up. Kaya, up. Get away from there. Go. Get away from there. I'm going to accidentally. Get down. Down. Come here. Kaya. Down. Get down. No, not right there. There you go. Oh my God. Your ear is going to get caught under the. There. Okay. Stay right there. She better listen or else, yeah, I'm going to fucking zap the shit out of her. I'm actually zapping her right now. Uh-oh, here comes the Clipper streamers. Yeah, dude, Clippers are going to fucking clip that I don't want to step over my dog because she consistently tries to stay directly underneath my wheels of my chair. Something that no dog owner has ever experienced, of course. Anyway, what were we? Yeah, she's tail smash maxing. I would literally die if I accidentally wheeled over her tail. I would fucking kill myself, okay? In a video game. So that is what I'm trying to avoid. And that is a future that she is desperately trying to live in. Put a mini fence around your desk, man. Yeah, that's stupid.
Who did this, which you saw it with your eyes, they need to be held accountable. And they're not getting out of this.
Has that investigation started?
Our side is we're doing what we can do. We were able to get out there the next day. We being the BCA, we're gathering evidence. The same thing with Renee Good, and the Hennepin County prosecutor is working on this. The Attorney General is doing it, and we will do this, and we do it well. I think these folks think somehow, they're getting out of this. Let's say they stall us for 3 years. They're still coming back. We're still going to find out who it is, and there's still going to be, because if you don't, that's foundational to our democracy. We lose it all if we don't do it.
Yeah, it's a free country, right? And people that work for the government, this. Look, I get frustrated when you hear from the other side them saying, well, they have received threats and they've been doxxed. And I don't support threats. I don't support doxing. I know you don't. But you've received threats. You've received doxing. Judges have. Your police officers have. And, they're transparent. and they show their face and they show their name.
My best friend and Speaker of the House was murdered over political issues here earlier in the summer. And I tell, your listeners to understand the trauma in Minnesota, I can't even explain it to you. To have our most popular politician murdered with her and her husband and her dog over someone that has a...
We are the good Gestapo, trust us, is literally the Wehrmacht versus SS argument. Yeah, clean Wehrmacht myth. But happening in real time when we can literally see the Wehrmacht not being clean at all.
Diatribe over abortion. And then for Republicans to somehow say, oh, maybe the governor's behind this. What is Kristi Noem's first thing on this is? This is on the governor. He talked him into this. Look, they are running this stuff up in their reality, but they came up against what democracy looks like. I think they thought they could steamroll this. I think they thought that they would get weak resistance or they would try and provoke violence. Neither of those things happened. And look, in a world where it's really hard, Tim, to find, some hope and optimism on this, people of Minnesota won this thing in 40 below winter, at least won this first battle. I want to be very careful. Nothing has changed here. As far as I know, they're still out on the streets. We'll see today. And we'll see if Tom Homan changes the entire approach to what they're doing.
Amen to that on the peaceful protests, by the way. They wanted riot.
So you got nothing. You just got assurances. You just got a promise from a guy you've been calling a fascist dictator for like the last month. For good reason, by the way. Like when you say people in Minnesota are scared, they're like Anne Frank. And then the next day you call up the Nazi administrators and you tell them, oh, as long as we do this privately, as long as we do this like as quietly as possible, it's fine. You're basically saying like, no, it's all right that Anne Frank was getting deported. Like, come on now. What leverage could he use? I already explained it. Lean into the fucking population, man. This is the demands of the streets. I was there. I've fucking seen it. Hello? You saw it too. If you watched, I asked the people on the ground. I said, what do you want from Tim Walz? Are you happy with what he's doing? And they said, fuck no. Is there some more powerful rhetoric that could be used? Yeah, that's all it stands. That's what it is. Yeah, he should be saying fuck more, I think. He should be saying the F word more. He's only up to the level of shit, saying this is bullshit. He should just start saying slurs, actually. He should just call Trump slurs.
And just unbelievable bravery. And I'm so proud of your citizens.
Me too. And I'll tell you how proud I am. I'll tell you, if anybody deserves a Nobel Peace Prize, it's the people of Minnesota. That's very clear.
I want to ask you about a couple of phone calls you've had to have. None of them pleasant, I assume. First, with the president. He said in his statement that you guys are on a similar wavelength. Wondering if you agree with that and what the phone call was like.
Well, look, and I will just say, and I've got a good team around me. You can imagine, Tim, I am furious. I'm angry. I'm trying to contain my emotions on this. And I told the president that this got Dan. And I think when he thinks on the wavelength,
he's angry, he says, guys. Yeah, you won't like it when he's angry. Okay.
I agree this has to end. Now, I don't actually know what his end state looks like compared to my end state, but we both agree that this needs to end. And then, he was quoting statistics and he said, well, we've already pulled 13.
Bro, Democrats in power unironically act like they're fucking Twitch streamers or something. like they're always doing like, well, someone's got to do something about this. It's like, bitch, you're the someone. I'm supposed to say someone's got to do something about this because I have no power. I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. You're the goddamn governor. You command your own military. What the fuck do you mean someone's got to do something about this? Shucks, we're really trying to find a guy in power to do the right thing here. Oh, don't you know? You don't understand that Tim Walz is creating an alliance with the State Department because he cares about his people. Yeah, exactly. The Democrats are Neville Chamberlain in party form is correct. It's always appeasement.
15,000. Our local media has done a wonderful job of this. All of these are lies. Tim, they're putting up pictures of some of the worst of the worst. The one that they're bragging about, we arrested him and he was in a Minnesota prison for years and we handed him over to them. So this is not like they were out.
Like bare minimum, every fucking blue governor and every blue mayor should refuse to cooperate with the federal government and should order their police to protect the citizens and should basically tell the citizens, you can call the police. The police will work in line with your interests. If you call the cops, if you see something, say something. You call the cops when you see random cars with masked people inside of them. and you feel threatened, you can call the cops. You can trespass people that are trying to unlawfully enter your home. Do you understand? I'm not even saying like reinvent the wheel here. I'm saying like you can create a system by using existing statutes or even writing new statutes to turn around and make the federal government's tyranny as difficult as possible, okay? That's what I am saying. I'm not saying like tell the cops to go out and shoot ICE agents or something, okay? That's insane. That's not my argument. What I'm simply saying is do the law, do law and order. If the federal government is utilizing its Gestapo rogue agency in a way where you are threatening the average citizens when they can't go outside, they can't go to school, they can't go to the fucking mall because they're terrified that they're going to be harassed by this unaccountable force of murderers, then tell the population that the cops are on their side and that you are directing state officials and state law enforcement and local law enforcement to go and defend the population. The state and localities should not be seen as an oppositional force here against the interests of the public. They should be working hand in hand. They should be working side by side. That's what it would look like if roles were reversed and there was like, I don't know, a Democratic administration that was doing something similar. I can't even imagine how that would work. Like maybe during vaccines or something when if Joe Biden was like, we are by force going door to door to inoculate every single citizen that refuses to get inoculated. Like, what do you think that would have happened? What do you think? How do you think that would have gone? How do you think that would have worked in a red state? Governor Greg Abbott would be like, I'm literally putting the National Guard on high alert. We're going to start shooting. We're going to start shooting anyone that tries to do inoculations. Okay. What do you mean? That's literally how it happened in their mind. Okay, well, that's not what happened though, okay? Sometimes I just wish that the Democrats would do politics in the same way that Republicans do, right? But the problem is Democrats don't do politics the way that Republicans do. They don't game the system in the way that Republicans do. And they instead hear me, I guess, and decide, oh, you want us to do policy in line with the Republican agenda. No. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying play the game of politics like Republicans do. Engineer outcomes that you desire. Oh my God. Engineer desirable outcomes in the way that Republicans do all the fucking time. You're asking the Washington Generals to play like the Globetrotters? Yeah. Or at least like the Wizards, you know?
We raided a house and found this deep criminal. So I'm trying to tell him, I said, Mr. President, you're getting really bad advice. And as far as detainers go, meaning you have someone in a prison here. We have about 8,000, one of the lowest incarceration rates in the country. And of those 8,000, 207 are not documented. We're more than happy, and we always do, if there's a detainer. When they get time to be released from our prisons, we always, and have for decades.
The Wizards suck? Yeah, I know. That's why I use them as an example. Because while the Wizards suck, they're at least still a competent team as opposed to the Washington Generals, which is fake and supposed to lose all the time. Okay? So from a Washington Generals to a Washington Wizards situation, you at least have a real fucking team rather than controlled opposition that's always supposed to fucking lose. Why am I autistically explaining every fucking joke attempt here? Competent is a strong word. Okay. Oh my God. Okay.
Alert ICE to come pick them up. But what you saw this week is we had a rural conservative county and a sheriff had a guy that was in his jail, served his time. There is no legal way to hold him further. So he did what he has the authority to do. He's not a sanctuary county. He called ICE and said, come pick him up. They said, we can't. We're busy in Minneapolis. And so the absurdity of this, you had someone who shouldn't be here. And we can all agree that if you are a criminal and shouldn't be here, we should process you for that. We agree with that. Minnesotans agree with that. They didn't show up because they were busy harassing people like Alex. And it's just ludicrous.
I saw some of the conservatives I follow online. Their response to that is, well, that's not true about Hennepin County and Minneapolis, St. Paul, corrections facilities. They're not cooperating the same way these other ones are. Is that what's your response?
It is different on those, that on the retainers, that they're not. But I will say this: they are following the law. And what gets mixed up in this is that they say, oh, the fake straw man. You just don't care about security and you want some, and then they bring it up of where an undocumented person committed a crime. None of us want those folks here, but a lot of these folks are in there on misdemeanors. And again, immigration issues are civil. And so a lot of times these counties are not going to hold them extra time. A lot of the things they come to me is they want us to do their job. I'm not going to do your job. And the one thing you've seen in this is you have to have trust in the community. If we were out there acting like they act, we would never have any cooperation with our citizens of getting things done. So the counties do have their ability. We don't. They have their own sovereignty. If there's a state law passed that doesn't allow that to happen, we can have that conversation, but that's not how it works. This is local democracy. The same way I don't tell these conservative counties that they can't cooperate. They can.
Yeah. The Trump call had to be pretty weird though, right?
Yeah, I think so. Look, I mean, here's what's weird about it, Tim, is that he knows you have to work together, but it is a strange thing as an individual human being. He calls me the R word.
Do you consider, he calls me the R word. Do you consider Dems controlled opposition? I know the Democrats are controlled opposition. I want them to stop being controlled opposition. I want them to fucking meet the moment. Why do you keep ascribing motivation to the Democrats that they don't have? It's like expecting companies to not try to make money. Because number one, there are a lot of fucking self-identifying liberals and Democrats in this chat. This exhausts the contradictions and makes it impossible not to notice that they are, without a shred of doubt, controlled opposition here. Okay, that's number one. That's the number one purpose of this. And the number two purpose of this is because I'm fucking desperate. Okay, I'm desperate. I'm desperate for change, as many people are. And that's precisely the reason why I keep saying, come on, do something, do something, do something, do something. Because if they don't, we're fucked. There's no other alternative. Okay? I'm not wish casting in this situation. I'm basically saying this is what would be the best possible thing to do. And if they're not doing it, then, do with that information what you will. Learn the lesson that you must. Okay?
He says, he makes up things.
Hassan, it is January. The midterms are in 10 months. Stop criticizing the Democrats or the Dems are going to lose. I know. Zoran will be out there boxing Tom Homan. I don't know how Zoran would do. I don't know what Zoran would do in a similar predicament. I really am worried that he would, if he pulled a fucking Jacob Fry Tim Walz, I would probably die, dude. I would perish on the fucking spot. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know. I don't know if he would be able to fucking pull off anything. Oh shit, I'm in the shower. Nice, dude. Get your dick out of your hand. That's nasty. Chatter. Democrats actually do want to win. What do you mean by controlled opposition? Democrats consistently won the popular vote before the last bad election. Oh my God. Oh my God. Neek Skit is back, dude. And better than ever before. Okay. Better than ever before. It's true. Please, Hassan. Oh, really? They do, huh? That's interesting. Because they're not acting like it. What has led you to believe that they actually are operating like a party that wants to win elections? Hutch, is that you bald bitch? No, this is my very own liberal. This is my very own liberal pet. This is the exact person I'm talking about when I say someone who is a libtard, okay? I saw Tim Walz send the guard yesterday, and I was so hopeful. Okay, well, now you're seeing Tim Walz today. Okay? Now you're seeing Tim Walz today. How was your takeaway from his performance so far, making you feel like he is representative of the wishes of his constituents? Also, Tim Walz is the current governor. Yeah, LeBron has bad days. This sucks, not going to lie. Are you comparing Tim Walz to LeBron James? Maybe a decade from now. Tim Walz doesn't even have a re-election. He already dropped out. So he's a lame duck governor. He could do whatever the fuck he wanted to if he wanted to actually protect his own constituents. When did Neek Skip become a liberal? I swore he was a right-winger. No, he was always a liberal. He was always like a NATO liberal.
That I'm corrupt, like there's something seriously wrong with this guy. And then you get a call that, we got to work together. That's what And look, I'm probably guilty of that too, because I call them things. I just think I can probably back my comments up a little bit. But I think, and this is where...
Oh, apologies to Crackhead Barney. Yeah, I thought Crackhead Barney was a right-wing agitator. I didn't realize it was Crackhead Barney because it was so cold that her titties weren't out. Like, which is the only time I can say this about a human being. I literally did not recognize that it was Crackhead Barbie because she had so many clothes on. If it was, I would have played along with whatever she was doing. Right before Black History Month, bro, what are we doing? Okay, am I wrong though? Like, come on. Come on. Am I actually wrong for that statement? Like, you only recognize a woman by her titties? No, Crackhead Barbie is the only one. I don't know who that is. I bet they are a nice lady. No, she is. I can't show any of her other clips because of the thing I just mentioned. Crackhead Barbie, not Barn. Crackhead Barney? I thought it was Crackhead Barbie. Do you see Woman Beyond the TTS? Oh my God. Chatters. It's just crazy because I can't even show you her clips to prove to you. If you know, you know. Okay? If you know, you know. If you don't know, then Google it on your own and you will understand.
I am very hopeful. For the president to make that call, to tell me he will look into giving us back the cases, partnering with them and reducing the numbers. I'm not going to say I'm grateful because you started this fire. You don't get credit for putting it out after you started it. But I am going to say, especially in these times, that they are working for a solution. And again,
Next time you're getting sued.
Okay, but you can't see her in this video. But she's on the...
And the black... Next time you're getting sued. You pulled my shirt off.
I saw you grab her breast.
You grabbed my dick.
I saw you grab her breast.
You can hear her in the background, but you can't see her.
I won't pretend to look into their hearts. I think I know on this. I just care that they end up in
this
the
one's
same...
with Zoran and her tits. You can see her and her tits aren't fully out. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Sometimes she wears pasties, which is why I can't always show her videos. But yeah.
You know I'm the biggest fucking influencer in the city. What do you think about me storming the mayoral forums? Are you mad?
The first time I was scared because I did not know who you were.
And now you know who I am.
And now I expect you at the forums.
Okay, good. So Zorhan, who the f are you? Because you just came out of nowhere. And
So that was her the other day too. Yeah, but she had so much gear on because it was literally minus 30. She has so much gear on that I genuinely did not know who she was. If I knew it was Crackhead Barney, I would have played ball with her. You know what I mean? I would have, back when you asked Piers, you tried to do a serious interview with Crackhead Barney.
You tried to conduct a serious interview with Crackhead Barbie?
Well, no, I was asking her about a viral video
here
of her harassing Ali Baldwin, which I do actually think is a serious...
Damn, you dissed her? I mean, but Hassan knows what? This is why we don't let Bronx motherfuckers get IDs. Once they leave the state, you can't control them. She was so recognizable, bro, but it's very good that you did not engage. No, she's like, she actually is on Means TV. I don't think she would like, I think she would do a similar interview to like Zoran. You know what I mean? Like where there are people that she won't like aggressively pursue. If that makes sense. Like it would have just been like, we would just be playing along. She will find you in New York, bro. You need to align with her. I am aligned. Her voice is recognizable. You should listen to black voices. Okay, stop. Yeah, stop. You guys are so
place where I want to end up is quit hassling our citizens, follow the Constitution, get these folks out of here, and make the folks who shot Alex and Renee accountable for what they did.
I've been cheerleading you the last 2 weeks. Can I give you my one bone that I've got to pick with you though? If we're gonna hang out.
I have noticed in the past that you are not. You have been able to do that some.
I do have a couple bones. Gunnar. I appreciate you coming on, particularly with JD Vance. You had to be on the debate stage with him. He's the current vice president.
Yeah, get ready for the Democratic Party influencer blitz to convince you that replacing Greg Bovino with Tom Homan is a huge win you should be grateful for. Meanwhile, here's Tom Homan. Tom Homan, President Trump's borders are he'll bring hell to blah blah. That's what Tom is gonna come in and say. Tom's gonna be like, bring me the immigrant children to eat. I'm hungry. Give me the children of migrants. I must eat. I am famished. Blah, blah, blah. And then Democrats are going to fucking sit there and be like, well, this is actually a much better situation. Don't you think? Don't you think this is much better? It's 90%. I mean, it's 90% cruelty as opposed to 100% cruelty.
He shared a Stephen Miller post this week calling Alex Preddy an assassin. He came to your state and lied about your law enforcement. You got to look back about being on the debate stage with him and thinking, man, you really maybe gave this person a little too much of the benefit of the doubt. And we're a little bit.
Oh yeah, this is the. I mean, yeah. This is why he's doing. This is why. This is why he does the interviews with Bulwark. Like Bulwark is not going to offer a contested interview, like, or at least like try to get some new information out of it.
The assuming good faith was maybe a mistake with JD Vance.
Look, I'll own it. But Tim, you've been around this long enough. No, when you're on a ticket, you take your orders. Look, I have agency on that, meaning I could have in this, but I am a good team player. And I will say this, I never kidded anybody about debates. I don't get joy out of like beating someone in this or whatever. And I said, the worst people I think are debates are teachers where I try to find reconciliation. And I think he was well prepped. It was strange to me to be in the presence of someone who I couldn't see a tell on him when he lied. It was so, usually you can see it like with me, I'm like, oh, I'm a terrible liar. I'm a terrible poker player. And so I think the whole idea was there is that, look, again, when they fact checked it, I think he had 38 misstatements. They said I had 2. One of them was that Trump doesn't pay taxes. I'll stand by that. But yes, I do. And retrospect wise, I don't know. And you and I both know this. How much does a vice presidential debate matter in this? But I live with it because look, don't think I don't. And I've said this before. I own this. I started talking about it in January and I was out there and I got some criticism about this. People ask me, what would you have done differently? Well, we would have won. And we didn't, which means you do own some of that. I can't just blame.
Yo, is Walz kind of stupid? I think he's cynical, dude. I am going to readily admit that I was duped by his background and his performance as a congressperson, and I 100% should have listened to the Minnesotans who literally told me at the DNC that he was actually phony as fuck. Because if you remember, I interviewed the people that were protesting from Minnesota at the DNC, who literally were like, listen, he did not listen to any of our demands on Palestine. He is not a real one. Didn't Mike clock him too? No, Mike and I had the same opinion on Tim Walz before he just fucking destroyed all the goodwill that he had with both of us. We made the same assessment, judging his congressional track record. Bro, Tim Walz is like, veteran, but was against intervention. Like he has taken... He took a lot of risky. There was a lot of risky political maneuvering by Tim Walz when he was in Congress that made me think that he was going to be different. And then they back-pocketed him, and I thought, oh, I still think maybe Tim Walz was back-pocketed because he just wanted to play ball, right? Like there are definitely a lot of instances where you just have to look at politics, the art of what's possible, right? So you have to look at like the good and the bad, and you have to grade them on a curve. But even after that, I was like, maybe now he's back to, Minnesota nice, caring about his constituents, right? Yeah. I already covered this. Any resolution to the Minnesota situation that does not include mass arrests of the leftist agitators and mass deportations of illegals would be a total failure for the Trump administration and only guarantee more and worse chaos in the future. Is exactly what I said too. Will Stancil responds, you in what army? No, really, Matt. If you want to deport and jail all my neighbors, you're going to need an army. We're in the real world now, bucko. Oh, my God. Will Stancil, you lion. Oh, it's so over. This is a crazy tide shift. U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee, to anyone's knowledge, has never been proven, documented that Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It's fucking 100% proven then.
At all, the electorate didn't get it. There were things that weren't there. And so part of that was me, but I know who I am. I'm really effective and was really effective as a member of Congress because I was one of the more bipartisan members. So this idea that I am more than willing to reach to find compromise, and I do see this as servant leadership, and I don't see it as a sense of power. He was good at that. And I mean, it was, he's smooth. I never claimed to do that.
Yeah, I saw this tweet.
But I'm pretty effective. But I'll take the criticism.
I'm for bipartisanship. Here's the problem. I'm for
Yes, I would beat the
bipartisanship.
shit out of him now if I could, and I would call that out. I mean, that's just different. In verbally
I beat
going
the shit out of him now. Okay,
at
sure,
it,
bud.
my
Sure.
argument's much better. Making the case that housing prices are up because of immigration and that we should build on federal lands, it was such a crazy thing. But then when I watched him, I got sucked into that. And if you remember, this was right in that moment of eating dogs and cats. I took that bait and thought that that was the argument of how outrageous it was. That was not the argument.
And he said that your cops are liars. He said that the
Yeah, no,
ICE agents aren't.
They all did. That's exactly right. That this is the problem with them. And well, the president said it, that we told them to stand down. Do you think they would do that? Do you think that the police would not protect citizens, no matter if I'm
Kaya,
like, oh, don't do this?
Wait,
yes.
Kaya, come here.
Well, this
Kaya.
is the whole paradox with these guys.
Kaya.
They don't back the blue. They don't back police. January 6th proved that. Fanone and the rest of those guys will tell you that. They back the blue when you're with them.
I don't
They're
want
not
her
like it
running out
now.
like
And I'll
that.
tell you what they're angry about is you got folks like Chief O'Hara understanding and calling this crap out and saying this isn't how it works. And that man had the hardest job in America to try and restore trust in the police department after George Floyd was murdered and laid on that street for 9.5 minutes, because that's still a tough situation here. And look, we're still grappling with the fallouts of what happened with George Floyd. And I think there's an internal trauma here, which I think makes what you're seeing now even more impressive, that folks have stayed peaceful.
Run out of time. I just want to leave it here with two things for you, and you can cook for as long as you want. But
Yeah. No, totally. Yeah, this is fucking awful. I'm be honest. This is not a very good.
There's a major.
This is not a very good. This is not exactly giving me hope. Okay. Not even a little bit.
Shakeup in President Trump's immigration crackdown in Minneapolis. Multiple sources tell CBS News the controversial commander, Gregory Bovino, has been reassigned to his regular job along the U.S.-Mexico border.
Yeah, Bovino is getting moved around because the backlash got too hot. It got too hot for the administration because of the community, not because of fucking Tim Walz, by the way, but because of the community pushback. And then they just moved him around a little bit. Yeah, they one battle after another disaster. Yeah, they got Lockjaw out of there, but his job ain't over. Yeah, they're moving like Catholic priests, dude, which is ironic because that's what cops do anyway. Look at that view.
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem is also facing a lot of scrutiny. CBS News has just learned that she is expected to keep her job, but her focus is expected to shift from interior enforcement operations to securing the southern border and other priorities. Border Czar Tom Homan will take over the Minneapolis operation.
The change comes after weeks of clashes over the tactics of federal agents, including the death of VA nurse Alex Preddy over the weekend. Our chief correspondent Matt Gutman is in Minneapolis. Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Vlad. Greg Vivino was the very public face of the federal immigration crackdown nationwide and front and center in many of the face-offs with protesters here in Minneapolis. He has been relieved of his command, being sent back to El Centro, California. All of this signaling a very major policy shift for the White House.
Overnight, protesters gathered outside the Minneapolis hotel they suspected Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino and other immigration agents are staying. They used noise to make a point, facing off with Minneapolis police guarding the hotel. It comes as Bovino, who's been at the center of the immigration enforcement crackdowns and protests, along with some of the 800 Customs and Border Protection agents here, are packing up, leaving the Twin Cities after Saturday's deadly shooting of Alex Preddy in the streets of Minneapolis. On Saturday, Bovino was quick to say that Preddy had approached officers with a gun, despite numerous videos and eyewitness accounts contradicting. President Trump appears to be distancing himself from those characterizations and sending in Border Czar Tom Homan to coordinate between local and federal authorities. The change comes after Trump said he had a, quote, very good call with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. The president also spoke with Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey Monday about de-escalation. Frey said while some federal agents are leaving today, his office will continue pushing for the rest involved in this operation to go.
When you got the call, You said to me that you had this visceral reaction.
Yeah.
You're shaking.
I got a page that there had been a shooting and that they were doing CPR. And I just absolutely couldn't believe it. Like, I thought for sure we were going to completely lose control of the city.
Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara told us video of the killing shows questionable tactics.
It doesn't look safe for anyone involved.
From what you saw in that video, was he brandishing a gun, and did he appear to be a domestic terrorist?
There's nothing in any of the evidence to suggest that. These things are concerning because we know people have a First Amendment right to record the police. You also have a Second Amendment right in this country to carry a handgun in a public space. That's also what this person did. So these are literally constitutional rights that people have in this country.
Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey said of his call with President Trump that they both agreed that the present situation cannot continue. Now, Frey will meet with Tom Homan, the border czar, later here today. That memorial and anger over Alex Pretty's death continues to grow here. Vlad.
All right, Matt Gutman reporting from Minneapolis for us this morning. Matt, thank you.
No. Overnight, more protests in Minneapolis ahead of a change in leadership in immigration operations in the city. A crowd gathering outside the hotel while protesters believe Border Patrol Commander-at-Large Gregory Bavino has been staying. For weeks, Bavino has overseen the surge of immigration enforcement in Minneapolis. Sources now tell ABC News he'll be leaving the city as soon as today, with many Border Patrol agents leaving with him. Border czar Tom Homan will take over instead. As the Department of Homeland Security investigates the killing of Alex Pretty, they now say they're reviewing body camera footage from agents on the scene, which captured the shooting from multiple angles. So did several graphic videos taken by eyewitnesses.
They have just shot a man. They shot that guy.
By 8:56 Saturday morning, at least 8 federal officers had arrived on scene for what officials said was a targeted operation. At 8:58, Pretty can be seen holding his phone, seemingly recording federal agents making an arrest. The situation escalates. Officers shoving multiple people, both of Pretty's hands visible, one holding his phone, the other hand held up, appearing to try to shield himself from the pepper spray, and a group of officers take him down. At 9:01, this federal officer reaches near Pretty's waistband and pulls a gun that Pretty had a permit to carry. And then, 10 shots fired in 5 seconds. Eyewitnesses horrified.
Oh my God, I can't believe I'm seeing this.
Just hours later, Commander Bavino accused Alex.
Come on, Chatter. Time and place, man. Like, we're watching some heinous footage of an American being murdered, and you're like, hey, look at this latest schizo posting from Facebook.
Pretty of wanting to massacre law enforcement. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem accused Pretty of domestic terrorism, and White House advisor Stephen Miller cast Pretty as a domestic terrorist and an assassin. The White House refused to condemn Noem and Miller's false statements. But now there has been a shift in communication between the president and Minnesota's Democratic leaders. Trump said he, quote, seemed to be on a similar wavelength on a call with Governor Tim Walz about working together. Walz said the president agreed to consider reducing the number of federal agents in the state. And Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey says in a call, the president agreed that the present situation cannot continue. Alex Pretty's family continues to defend their son, saying he protested because he cared about his community.
He cared about people deeply, and he was very upset with what was happening in Minneapolis and throughout the United States with ICE, as millions of other people are upset.
Thousands continue to visit his memorial at the shooting site, devastated and angry. Zach Hall paying respects in sub-zero temperatures.
Overwhelming anger, sorrow, grief, and just the feeling that I'm not doing more, and just overwhelmed with emotion.
And the White House says Commander Bavino will return to his base in California. Meantime, overnight, Alex Pretty's sister Michaela released a statement to the AP. She said, in part, hearing disgusting lies spread about my brother is absolutely gut-wrenching. George?
Trevor, you've been there for several days now. We just saw you talk to that resident talking about anger and grief. What's your overall sense of how the population is reacting to what they're seeing?
I mean, anger is absolutely the main emotion that we are seeing, George. They feel like they have a right to continue pushing back, and they feel like it is working. But especially they're upset because they feel like ICE has been everywhere. When I got to town, my team who had already been here said, don't rent a dark SUV. People will assume you are a federal agent because they're all over the place, and people will not be happy. You, of course, also have the immigrant communities. They are very afraid. There are people who haven't left their homes in weeks. And maybe, George, the most dominant emotion is dread. As long as the raids continue, the protests continue, and another shooting could happen at any moment. And especially after Alex Pretty's shooting, more demonstrators could potentially bring their own weapons under the belief they have to be prepared to defend themselves from federal agents who could shoot them. It is a very dangerous recipe. People are scared, but they're also resolute that they have to fight back.
I think we can all agree, guys. Masked secret police shooting innocent people with impunity in the streets are not victims. The only way they could ever even be considered close to victims is that they are, at best, weak-minded individuals full of anger who have been led to the darkness by Donald Trump and are now participating in an evil system that will stick to them like hot black tar for the rest of their lives.
One video after another, screaming people being torn from their families, Americans, people who are born in the United States being pulled out of their cars for the crime of having an accent or whatever, children, small children, babies being tear gassed, taken into custody, separated from their parents. Just one atrocity after another being committed by this gang of poorly trained, shamefully led, mask-wearing goons. And that is what they are. They're goons committing vile, heartless, and even criminal acts. And it's sickening to watch, and it's frustrating to watch. It's like we're all being forced to play a game that has no rules. You're telling us, well, it was justified, you know? Is that the law and order that you voted for if you voted for this? Every day is a nightmare now. And to the people of Minneapolis, to the Pretty family and the Good family, and these people who were looking out for their neighbors, we want you to know that we are with you and you are not alone. Everybody welcome!
Distasteful because the situation requires like more clarity and clear conscience. But I mean, it's a comedy show, so the expectation is that they're supposed to be funny. So I just want to see the commentary for the most part. You know, I'm not doing like a no jokes situation, you know, different strokes for different folks. I think he's a comedian. Like their job is to fucking be funny. I'm saying it's comedy. It's just not for me. So I'm
earned credibility.
Stop saying woke of the day, laddie. The reason why I'm skipping over it is because once again, it's just not for me. If it's for you, then it's for you. Go watch it on your own. It's fine. It just doesn't sit right with me a little bit. But that's just me. I'm not shitting on Jon Stewart. I'm not shitting on The Daily Show. It's just my own fucking personal preference. Okay? Can I have a personal preference? I just felt a little uncomfortable. Okay? That's it. Like, the punchline of the joke, obviously, is that the Department of Homeland Security is lying about the incident. But even then, the incident is something that we've fucking seen. It just it doesn't sit right. My canon is that you were very envious of Jon and wish you were funny like him. I have never shied away from openly admitting that Jon Stewart was very impactful in my development. I have been a major fan of Jon Stewart for a very long time. I just don't think, personally, in many circumstances, I feel like Jon Stewart's commentary is a little bit softer than what I would like.
Some last time of Staten Island. You're telling me trained and armed ICE agents can't handle what the average Geek Squad member at Best Buy has to?
Okay, some of you guys have no way of like individually assessing the politics of people that you're watching, and this is one of the best examples of this because like to say that Jon Stewart has the same fucking vibes or the same politics as Chuck Schumer is insane. Okay? My expectation is that he's supposed to go above and beyond, go way harder, but of course he's not doing that when he should be. Having said that, however, let's be fucking real. There's a lifetime of differences between Jon Stewart and Chuck Schumer.
I told you I didn't
I thought that was strange too, bro. I'll admit that's a little sus, okay? Why you hit the fucking Deutsche? I mean, Odd.
I thought you guys hate when people do that, the way a Latino newscaster might throw out a Maduro.
Okay, now I don't like when you guys say his jokes are bad because these are the exact same jokes that I made just 2 days ago. You know what I mean? Now it kind of feels like you're shitting on me for the jokes. This is just the anti-Second Amendment. Like every part of this is anti-Second Amendment. It's just so fucking stupid. I mean, I don't think you should be able to either, but like the Constitution allows you to do so. At least the current interpretation does. And Republicans have actively defended that. Oh. Strangle homeless person, dead, meet the president. Bring rifle to protest, shoot 2 people dead, meet the president. Bring legal firearm exercising God-given Second Amendment rights of the U.S. Constitution to protest, not even used. President says you're rightfully killed by ICE. Very clearly. This is the moderate position on ICE. They've left us no choice. I mean, I agree. But it's just so ridiculous, dude. It's one of those situations where, like, I think everyone can fucking see how hollow this is, how ridiculous this is, how hypocritical it is. Not that these guys give a shit about.
The thing is, the right has jettisoned.
It's not this further proof of your mega unk status. If you find this stuff to be entertaining, no, it's like SNL. I like to watch it to see where, like, the more there's like centrist liberals, they watch SNL, and then there's like further to the left liberals who watch Jon Stewart. And just like I watch Fox News, I want to understand where the normies are at, like what kind of content that they want, what are they laughing at. It's just a way for me to gauge where the public is, where the population is. That's it.
And the entire you all being huge dicks. That's all we. Oh no, that's not what we.
Threads is a really good gauge of this. You should post more over there. There's definitely a bunch of wine moms looking for direction that could be swayed more to the left. I think so too. Anger is branch of ICE to help with security at Winter Olympics in Italy. That's awesome. Here, let's do something fun for a little bit for a change before we talk about Edward. Edward Norton is now a radical, folks. Let's take a look.
These are not normal times, and it's like we have extrajudicial like assaults on Americans and humans going on a daily basis now, and it's not okay. And even though all people kind of have to put one foot in front of the other and deal with the demands of the day, we cannot act like this is not happening. And I think I think what they're doing in Minnesota with the strike needs to expand. I think we should be talking about a national general economic strike until this is over.
My goat. My fucking goat, dude. Respect. Wait, is this the same?
Illegal army is being sitting here talking about movies while a illegal army is being mounted against U.S. citizens. These are not normal times, and
oh, it's the same. It's just the beginning. All right. Yeah, we got both of the Hulks on our side. Both of the Hulks are woke. Also, there was a funny thing that I wanted to show you. This is going viral from one of my Minneapolis streams.
Protests are very universally the same
because it's not protests, but like the.
What's going on?
What's going on? Can I say something?
Yeah, what's up?
Asmongold, the withered, wouldn't stand a chance out here.
True, he would die. but not even because it's cold, because he'd just be outside for the first time ever.
Yeah. Stay safe. Can I take a picture?
Yeah, of course. Protests.
Yeah, all of the fucking replies are just copers too. Wild Hassan the dog abuser is taking shots at Aspen still. Just a sad cloud chaser. First got to get black lung from fresh air. Okay, it's funny. Free Kaya. Buddy tries everything he can to get back likeliness. Buddy, you're outside looking like a Russian Soviet with a fucking hat and outfit. You look like a fucking R word. Lol, the Hamas press vest has me in stitches. Can I say something? Bald man bad. Did I say a good thing? Even his fans act like they had shot collars. They're so mad. I learned all you have to do for Aspen fans is call them pedophiles and they usually stop replying. Yeah. Here you go. Another one. Oh my God. 842 days. A woman who worked to recover bodies from an organization called Zakat gave this to me in Ottawa when visiting. A sitting Canadian MP is wearing a dog tag from the Israel Seaman Recovery Squad. No, this is Zakat. There's no, that's not the IDF Seaman Brigade. Oh my God. For a second, I thought you were being real, okay? I thought this was the You Croak, We Stroke. I thought this was the You Croak, We Stroke squad. That's a real squadron, okay? There is an IDF, Israeli Occupational Forces Seaman Extraction Battalion. It's real. That is a real fucking battalion, dude. They go in and they cattle prod dead IDF soldiers, dead IOF soldiers, and they extract semen out of their ball sack. Yeah, they cattle prod the prostate. I mean, I don't think they actually have a tagline called You Croak, We Stroke, but it'd be cool. One of my best friends watches Asman. Anytime he gets brought up, I quickly object to what he said, and he says nothing else about it. I love him to death, though. Put some respect on Seed Team 6. Yep. Yeah, they're out here nutting. Did they not invite you because you be on your phone all episode? Wait, no. The reason why I wasn't on this episode is because I was in fucking Minneapolis while they filmed it. I was too busy trying to work. Okay, that's why I wasn't on the episode. People who have nothing to lose versus people who have something to lose. Natural human behavior. I don't know what you're referencing there. But yeah, remember that on the night the botched coup attempt in Seoul, a congresswoman confronted a soldier trying to break into the National Assembly building, grabbed his gun instead of posting on social media or talking to the president on the phone about it. I think about this quite a lot. I think about this moment quite a bit. I go back to this moment in my mind so much. And the reason why I go back to it is like, this is where unironically processed liberals won. Now, of course, the conditions are very different because South Koreans are like used to military dictatorship and used to rebellion in general because it's like something that they've experienced in recent history, you know? But like, it is pretty fucking crazy. Yeah, and the South Korean left is even more right-wing than the Democrats. I know.
Damn, this guy's good.